Friday for you. I know it's a lot earlier than usual. We're gonna start trying this out, seeing how this 9 a.m. slot works in terms of people being able to join and participate in the conversation. Which reminds me, thank you very much. I am throwing in the chat right now the link to join the over here. Give me 1 second. I started believing. Join as a guest. Yeah. Magnet. How is everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday to you. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I am great. What's up, Penny? What's up, Sarah? You guys are going. I'm still setting up. So hi to everyone that I'm not seeing. So let me just say that. Give me 1 second. Join as a guest on the guest on the panel. All right, so Facebook, the link is over there for you. Substack, I'm headed your way. I'm doing my best to get the link to everybody. Good morning, folks. To everybody that wanted to bless the Bella girl for her birthday and got her something from the wish list. You are greatly appreciated. Sincerely. So I appreciate it. We got a lot to do today. As you can tell, I'm in a pretty good mood. And so yeah, I got to talk about my home state of Tennessee today. Because I think that if you really want to, let me do join as, I wonder if I can do, hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Guest on the panel via this link. All right, there we go. So I have done my due diligence. I have thrown the link to be able to request across all the platforms. I know, David. Don't be taking my damn joy and thunder yet. Wait a minute. Let me tell it. Let me tell it. Jeez. Good morning, Michigan Mountaineer. So what's up, Elle? Good morning. So listen, let me just tell y'all something. So y'all know I'm a big believer in the glimmers, right? I am a big believer in the glimmers. And I think sometimes the greatest indicator, good morning, Jess, sometimes the greatest indicator of where we are isn't in the most progressive of spaces, right? It's not about like, okay, so it was great that Abdul won, right? It was great, fantastic, amazing, astounding. And Michigan's already purple. Michigan is already like a good, it's on its way, right? Like, so we know that. But Tennessee has been the GOP heartland for a good ass minute, ever since Obama. But we won't talk about that. But I'm just saying, good morning, Mary Esther. But right, is that fair to say that they have had Tennessee in a death grip ever since Barack Hussein Obama managed to become the president of the United States? And so I have to tell y'all, to see some of the things that are happening, and listen, it's not everything that I would want. But remember how we talked about, we have to look at this thing as, where are we making progress? Where are the glimmers? Where are the things that, like 4 years ago, you'd be like, no fucking way. Right, Tim? Good morning. And so, yeah, so it's really important. So I need more pieces to go into the puzzle. Exactly. So a couple of things before I open up the panel. Okay. So first of all, let me get everybody set up for when I do open up the panel. Listen, if you want to join the panel and you are somewhere other than TikTok, you can do that, beloved. The link is in the chat wherever you are watching. It'll say join as a guest or join the panel, and it'll have a link for you to be able to join. So if you would like to become part of this conversation, then just click that and I will bring you on. What's up, Indo Moon? Good morning, everybody. Let me put this little daggone poster up here. For the folks that are in the request box, I see you. And I will get to you in just a second, I promise. First, let me get going. Appreciate you, Sandy. So let me say this, couple of things. I want to do a little housekeeping right off the bat. Okay. Good morning, Tech Lady. So number one, today is a Pally Panel Day. So this is when we bring up our folks that are in Palestine, that we know, that we love, that we care about. And at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will do our best to help them out, whether that is through TikTok gifts or whether you go to the links that are in my link tree. However you support is amazing. Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to get lost. I'm going to put up the sticker closer to that time. However, I popped into our friend Abu Siraj's live yesterday, and what I asked Abu Siraj to do for us is to come in at 12 o'clock today, Eastern Standard Time, so in 2.5 hours, and he's going to drop in and give us some on the ground updates from Palestine, and he's going to be able to talk about what's happening in Gaza and things like that before we head into the Pally panel. So that means we have a lot to cover before then, but time to get it done. So that way we don't get derailed. Good morning, Frank. And so that's what I'm going to actually start having him do. On the days that we have a Pally panel, I'm going to have him stop in and give us an update on what's happening in Palestine. So I want to let you guys know that. So 1 o'clock is the Pally panel. Let me go ahead and get rid of, I could keep the music going all day for me, but I know YouTube doesn't like it. So, all right. So a couple of things. If you are new to my space, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat, and or I'm just going to level set and let you know how we do things in this space. So number one, I only ask for 4 things. I ask that you be respectful, that you do not use slurs of any kind, because if you do, you will be muted and then you will be booted. Candy Kiss lies every day when I ask that question. She puts a 1. Her look, Sin's lying too. Don't be spreading bad behavior, Candy Kiss. You don't be leading people down the path of deception. But anyway, yeah. So be respectful. Do not use slurs of any kind. Don't spam my comments. Like, listen, if you guys want to say, go Trump or Democrats are the devil, whatever you want to say, that's fine. Or even Bill. Bill can say get a job. Just don't say it 5, 6, 7 times, Bill, because it clogs up my chat. Okay. And it's just not productive. And then last but not least, don't type in all caps. And this one's important because I have folks in my community that are vision impaired. And so all caps are reserved for those individuals and my moderators. So yeah, just be respectful of people with disabilities. Okay. I don't think that's asking for too much. And we are all adults and we should be able to do that. Right. Okay, cool beans. All right. So first, I want to start with a little recap. I want to start with a little recap of the glimmers that are coming out of the state of Tennessee. Colleen, are you hungry? She said, food morning, y'all. Not good morning. Food morning, y'all. I love it. Okay, so let me give it to you. So first, by Andy Ogles, you are taking your ass to the house. Andy Ogles is taking his ass to the house. And I'm going to tell you what makes me so excited about that, okay? Because it ties into some of the other things where I think the Republican Party and the GOP, they think their best chance at winning in this general election is to pour on the Islamophobia and to pour on the hatred. What's up, Shimmy, Shimmy, Cocoa Pop? I think that's what they truly believe. They believe this is their greatest opportunity, right? And we're going to talk about a report that my friend DJ K sent me yesterday. But this is what they think, and what's actually happening is the exact opposite. Because let me tell you something, folks. While people may be okay with covert racism because they may not have an actual understanding, appreciate you, dog lover, of what that is, right? There are so many people, you all, that haven't dove into, like, what does it mean covert or overt, and what does it mean to have microaggressions and macroaggressions, or like there are so many people that don't know those things. And so while they might get like a little defensive about those things, right? What's crazy is that what they're not okay with anymore is overt racism. The overt racism makes most people today uncomfortable, right? And so when you've seen this party begin to pour it on, right, in the way and in the manner in which they have, it has turned off a good majority of their base. And I think it's actually backfiring on them, and I love to see it. Good morning, Macaroni. Tell Sue I said hello. And so I'm really excited about not the fact that they are being as anti-Muslim and hateful and racist as possible, but what it is letting me see is that people aren't down for it, right? So Andy Ogles, the most Islamophobic, hateful ass, anti-Muslim, disgusting human being, right? ever. He lost his primary yesterday, and I am fucking here for it. I am here for every bit of it in ways that you cannot imagine. And so, yeah, so let's talk about it. I want to talk about him. I want to talk about Soon, who beat out Keith Urban. And if you don't remember who Keith Urban was, you will as soon as I mention it to you. And then I want to talk about Christy Burke. And then I want to talk about Jerry Green, because, by the way, do you all know that Tennessee is going to have a female governor? That's what the news says. They're going to have a woman. Tennessee is going to have a woman governor. Now, I hope and pray and am doing everything I can to make sure that that is not Marsha fucking Blackburn. However, it is going to be a woman because Marsha won her primary and Jerry Green won her primary. Fucking glimmers, glimmers everywhere. And so I do. I want to talk about those things that are coming out of the state of Tennessee, what we can take away from there. I want to talk about this middle prompt. I'm sure is going to irritate some folks, but this: don't let bigotry, ignorance, or privilege be what determines your vote. And then third, midterms are coming, so let's talk issues: healthcare, immigration, Israel, Gaza, Iran, education, affordability, all those different types of things. Okay, so that's kind of like the prompt for today, and at least for the next 2.5 hours before we get into. And so the Gaza piece of it is going to be around noon today, right? So let's get going. All right, folks, when I bring you up to my panel, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. Do that. Please, please, please. And remember that I only ask for 4 things in this space. Be respectful. Don't use slurs. Don't spam my comments. Don't type in all caps. That's it. And then we can have as robust a discussion as you would like to have. Even if you disagree with me, that's absolutely fine. Just understand that I'm going to ask you for sources and facts. And I will always respect your right to have an opinion. That does not mean that I'm going to respect your opinion if it is not rooted in fact, and if it is in opposition of the facts, right? So like that's just a fact. So Chief Stretch, I am cracking up at you because I pray to God you're not a real person, and I'm gonna tell you why. You literally popped up in here talking about I called ICE on my neighbors, on my Muslim neighbors, and let's just say they're no longer my neighbors, which is funny because first of all, if you want to talk about ICE, you probably want to be talking about folks from the southern border. They're usually not Muslim. You're interweaving your racism and bigotry there, right, Chef? But you know what, Chief, it's okay. But it's funny, he said, I called ICE on my Muslim neighbors, and let's just say they're no longer my neighbors. And then when you click his profile, this motherfucker says, Jesus is the only begotten Son of God, Jehovah, and you didn't even spell Jehovah right. I question your Christianity. And only savior of sin and only way to heaven. Don't be so sensitive and triggered over what I say. You cannot be real, or you have to be being paid by somebody to have that profile. Here, Chief, you want to come talk to me? This is going to be your only opportunity before you get muted. This is going to be it. Come to the panel, Chief, before I just silence you. Because I'm going to need you to do better. Oh, good God. They're like, fuck it. Let's just do all the fear mongering and bigotry in one sentence. And it doesn't matter if we mix our racism with our Islamophobia. What the fuck? And before y'all ask, yes, I've taken my medicine. All right, so here we go. Let's do it. Let's have the conversations. Remember, folks, when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. That would be amazing. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's do this real quick. Can I get it to do what I want it to do? Give me a second, y'all. I'm putting up this little note real quick. I don't know where to put that. It'll only let me put it right there. I don't know if anybody can even see it right there. Can y'all see it right there, maybe? Does it cut anybody off? Maybe. Okay, good morning, Marilyn. All right, so good morning, Drum. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can I just say, so I live in Ohio, and I've been seeing ads for Vivek. I'm gonna butcher his name. Ranswamy.
I know who you mean. Yeah, Vivek.
This dude has no idea about what it is living in Ohio, because Ohio is nothing but like cornfields and just bad. Like, we just hang out.
Mm-hmm.
And I see these videos and I'm like, this dude doesn't care. He does not care. But I also don't like Amy, I think her name is. Amy is the Democratic person for Ohio.
Hold on a second.
Amy Action, Amy, something like that.
Give me a second.
I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names because I don't particularly pay attention to names with
Amy Action.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the funniest part about all of this is his thing is when Swami's like, oh, like you're COVID czar, like blah blah blah. I'm like, my guy, like, your president who was in power at the time didn't nullify Mike DeWine shutting down Ohio. And I didn't care that happened because I don't like people anyway. So, like, it was not a big deal for me. But I'm like, that's your running stance? Like, that's, like, you're going to look at this lady and be like, she was the reason we couldn't buy toilet paper for fucking 100, you know what I mean? Like, it was wild. And I'm just like, this dude is the most ungenuine person I have ever met, or not met, but like I have ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
And I also, in my heart and brain, really, sorry, I'm sorry, my cat's just puking in a box.
Oh, so bless it.
Really? Anyway, I'm just so annoyed by like the propaganda of people like in Ohio who are just like, they don't get it. They're like, I don't want this Democrat, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, we haven't had a non-Republican governor since like 2016 or something. Like, it's like or longer. It's been almost like 15 years. And it's like, what have we done? What have we done? And listen, I'm sure I would not agree with Dani in New York. Like, I'm sure I won't. I'm sure I won't agree with a lot of stuff. But like, if you live in the Midwest, you should be a working class person. Like, you should be somebody who has not gone to Harvard or Yale or anything. Like, you need to be somebody rooted in what you do. As far as I am, as far as I think. And I'm sorry that sounds weird, but like, I don't trust any of these people.
Okay, so let me ask a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that you don't like Amy Acton. Can you tell me what it is about her policies and her platform that you don't like?
Well, when I was saying that, I was doing a generalization that I don't like politicians, right? I need to do more research on her, and I have to. But I feel like this year I will go more blue. Like, I will vote for her. I'm sure I will, because I don't like the other side of what I'm seeing. and I never have. When it came down, to the presidential election, and my wife was like, "Every year you vote for Vermin Supreme. Can you actually pick a side?" And I'm like, "Sure, fine." So I voted for Harris.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, we walked out of the voting booths and stuff, and she goes, I go, "Hey, by the way, just so you know, I voted for Harris because I voted for something for you. Because I want you to have like the health care and stuff that you deserve." And she goes, "You've never done that." And I go, "It's fine." I was like, "The thing is, I have a very deep hatred for our government. But I felt like Harris was like the best option." Even though my views are not the same as everybody else, I feel like everybody deserves a chance to live.
So when you, because you've spoken to that a couple of times, and so let me ask you a question, because you said you're sure that you wouldn't agree with Mom Donnie. I'm interested in that, because what is it that makes you so sure you wouldn't agree with Mom Donnie, and then what do you think you would not agree with him about?
Well, the thing is I feel like his policies make sense. And I live in Ohio. I don't live in New York. And here's the best part. People who don't live in New York should have no, opinion about what happens there.
Right, but you do. Right, but you do. And so, because, so here's the thing. Like, you brought up Mom Donnie. I certainly didn't. And so I'm interested, like, because you said, I'm certain that I wouldn't agree with Mom Donnie. So I'm interested because you don't live in New York. So I'm interested, like, why that would even be part of the conversation, and what is it that makes you so certain that you wouldn't agree with him on whatever it is, and what are those things that you believe that you wouldn't agree with him on?
Well, it's
what's that based on?
Well, it's the things that my so my wife listens. My wife is way more intelligent than I am. Like, I will say that right now. And she's like, "I love this dude." I'm like, "Okay, fine." And I listen to it, and I'm like, I'm a very skeptic when it comes to anybody in any form of political office. Like, I'm just like, nope. Like, I don't like them.
So what is it that you don't like? Can you put a name to it?
Well, I don't know. I just don't like political people. I feel like they do not serve us as people.
So, but you do. Okay, so here's the thing. All of us. So for me, it's really important for us to understand that politics is simply all of our it's policy that affects people. Period. Right. And so when we say that someone is political, so I'll tell you the reason that I got into the political side of life. It certainly isn't because I like the politicalness of it. It's because I have a life that has always been focused in advocacy for people. And what I understand is that if I want to advocate and help people on the largest scales and sustainable scales, and in the best way possible, right? Then I have to look at the root causes, and the root cause is our policy, which means that is the politics, right? But it is our laws and our systems and our policies that determine how people are living. So if I want to make anything better at all, then I have to get involved in politics, right? So let me do me just one favor. So Darcy, sorry, Megan, I didn't mean to grab you. Darcy, you don't appear to be a real person. If you are, you're welcome to join the panel. Other than that, nobody will be talking to you because you're muted. Guys, don't talk to, please. So if you're new to me, let me tell you what I don't do. Don't let me handle the folks that are just bombarding this space with bullshit. Let me handle them. That way they're not a distraction, because when all of you start responding to them, it becomes a distraction in the chat. So Darcy has been invited to the panel, and that will be the only way that Darcy will be heard from here on out because Darcy's muted. But so Drum, hey Abis Faraj.
Yes, no, it's fine.
So,
it's fine.
so,
So also my thing, one of my gripes, I guess, like I say gripes or stances, would be like I would look at people and be like, everybody should be able to afford health care. And people are like, yeah. And I'm like, no matter what. And they stop for a second, and I'm like, guess what? What Susie Q does in Indiana, if she needs a subscription or whatever, I'm like, that's none of my business. It should be affordable, and it should be the best it has to be. Like, and people tell me all the time, like, you're stupid, you're blanketing. And I'm like, no, it should be blanket. Like, it should be easy to understand. Like, if so-and-so wants a subscription somewhere in another state, that's not my problem. That's not, like, what somebody does is not my problem.
right.
Like, all the things that I can do are working what I have. I have 3 stepsons. My oldest has Down syndrome. And guess what? I'm just trying to, like, help 3 kids be the best people they can. But they deserve health care. They deserve the things that we just feel like, apparently, in this United States of America, like, we just feel like they should pay for everything. And that's not how it is. We should protect these people. And, sorry.
That's
I'm a
okay.
little angry. I apologize. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was asking, so when you say you don't like Amy Acton, did you vote in the primaries? Let me ask you that.
When I say I didn't vote for Amy Acton, I wasn't saying that.
No. You said you didn't like her and you didn't like Vivek, but I'm asking, did you vote in the primaries in Ohio?
I would vote for Amy Acton over Vivek. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay. But did you vote in the primaries?
Yeah, and I always tell my wife this, I hate picking the lesser of 2 evils. Like,
why do you think that's what you're doing?
Because that's what we are kind of ingrained to do, right?
I'm not.
We have a 2-part system, right?
No,
I've been for Permanent Supreme forever.
So I think that there's this misconception. So when you voted in the primary, did you vote in the Republican primary or the Democratic primary?
Probably Democratic.
Okay, so then that means who'd you vote for as the Democratic candidate in the primary?
Amy, I would assume.
Okay, so I think for me, when I think about these types of conversations, what's really going to be the most beneficial thing is when we can speak in specific terms and use some specificity when we're talking about the policies and the candidates and those things. Because if not, we're just kind of talking. How can I say? We're just talking about things without a real clear path on how we move forward and what that looks like, right? So like when you say everybody should have access to safe, affordable, quality healthcare, you actually agree with me and you agree with Zoran Mamdani, the guy that you think that you would not agree with, right? And so I think my question to you is, what are you looking for in someone who is going to represent you? And are you judging them based on their actual policies on the issues, or are you judging them based on what school they went to and whether or not they're from the Midwest?
Well, I would think that I sit there and personally, I would listen to who expresses themselves or tells somebody their policies correctly or better than somebody else. Like, that's why, like, in my voter registration, I am I'm unregistered. So I like to listen to every different person.
You mean you're unaffiliated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. And it's very interesting to hear both sides talk. So what I do is I just look at how it goes. And my wife used to get so mad at me because she'd be like, "What are we doing?" And I'm like, "You tell me." She's like, "Well, I'm going to do this." And I'm like, I'm going to vote for Vermin Supreme. She's like, "I hate you for doing that." I'm like, I don't like these people. I don't like what we have. We can't have a third party because we will never have a third party. Like, we cannot do that. Like, it's annoying because the Green Party or the Independents are just going to get shut down. Even if they have the best ideas ever, it does not matter. And that is annoying. That is annoying that we won't have that.
Okay, so let me just say this. Do you know when the first time a third party was established in the United States of America?
Was the Green Party?
No, do you know when the very first third party was established?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, 1828. We have had third parties in this country since pretty much the beginning, right? The thing is what has put us into more of this two-party system is corporations and PAC money, right?
Everything is bought and sold.
Well, so listen, you're giving generalities and you're giving absolutes, right? So one of the things that I pay attention to, and maybe this will be helpful, is whenever I'm talking about something and I start using absolute and I say everyone and nobody and all and every time, anytime I'm doing that, I know I'm in my feelings and I'm not actually talking factually because there is no absolute. Everyone doesn't do the same thing. Everyone doesn't think the same. Everything isn't, right? So whenever I hear that type of language coming out of my mouth, I know that I'm in my feelings because what I'm saying couldn't possibly be true. And so, it's important when we're talking about these things that we pay attention to where are we coming from, and are we in our feelings or are we dealing in the facts? So like one of the things, and I don't live in Ohio, but one of the things that I like about Amy Acton is even though she is not a Republican, and you guys haven't had a Republican governor since 2011, in 2019, when she was asked to be part of Governor DeWine's administration to serve the people of Ohio, she absolutely did that. And she's a pediatrician, right? She's a doctor. And so I love to see people that are of different political teams and ideologies saying, you know what, if you ask me to participate in your administration to better the lives of Ohioans, then I'm gonna be of service because it's not about my ego and it's not about my political party. It's about the people of Ohio. So like when I see that in her, that tells me that is someone that I know is going to be able to work across the aisle and with people of different political ideologies, different faiths, different thought processes, different belief systems. And that's important to me. And so those are the types of things that when I'm looking at people, I'm looking at those things to see, do we share those common values and will they be of service to me and the people of my state?
Right. And so here's the thing. Like I said, in Ohio we have this is brother, dude. Like we are like 6 years removed from like, and I mean obviously a hot topic is like the Fauci stuff or whatever.
See, I don't believe Fauci's a hot topic, and what I believe is that Fauci is a tool that the Republican Party would like to use because we are approaching the midterms. Because the timing, like if you just now want to talk about his diary and you've been in office for 19 months, I just don't believe you. And it's an attempt to distract. But here's my thing, right? And so this is one of the reasons why we don't even talk about it in this space, because it's not relevant. It is a distraction. And there's no such thing. So what Vivek is trying to do with Amy is exactly what they tried to do with Kamala Harris and make her the border czar, right? Or this is the COVID czar. And so for me, I personally think that will backfire on them. And we see that happening across the country right now in primaries and those types of things, because the majority of the country, I believe, and based on election results, I believe that the majority of them look at this stuff. I bet you did, Jeff. And they are tired of seeing elected officials and the government play in their face and pretend that something is not, right? Not what it is. And so I think people are like, we're over it, especially people who work in healthcare. I think that this is a mistake. Going after people that were attempting to protect the public in the middle of a fast changing global pandemic is going to be a mistake. And for people that were in healthcare, it's extremely disrespectful to discount those people's experience, the people that lost loved ones to COVID, the people who could not bury people together, the people that couldn't witness births, the people that couldn't. I think that they're forgetting there's an entire generation of young people that are now 24 years of age, and they are absolutely voting. And those people did not get to have a regular graduation ceremony. Those people did not. And so I think that the GOP is sincerely miscalculating the situation. So I hope that Amy primaries him and then dog walks him because Vivek's not winning.
I also feel like people, you have like those two people who are like, I'm a pureblood, I didn't get that jab. And I'm like, just shut up if you didn't want a flu shot. Like, just who cares? Like, these people try to project themselves to try to be something. And it's like, dude, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Like, look after the people that you are around. It doesn't matter if you did it or not. And I said this back in 2020. I was like, get the shot or get the vaccine or don't. Like, it's not a big deal. I don't care. I'm going to do what I need to do. You do what you need to do. It's fine.
See, I don't have conversations with those people because I'm not arguing with somebody over their healthcare choice. And and I hate to anybody that's walking around talking about their pure blood, I automatically think you're a white supremacist racist because that's where that language comes from. That's where that language comes from.
Why do they miss all their teeth?
I don't know that they miss all their teeth. What I do know is that when you use language like pure blood, that is white supremacist racist language. And so I don't have those people in my life to converse with. But yeah. But I appreciate you, Jerome, for joining into the conversation today. Hopefully you will do some more looking and sharing some information on Amy because she's fantastic. I think that she and Annie Andrews down in South Carolina are absolutely shaking up the game. I love to see more women and more women physicians that are running for office to do good things. Yep. So appreciate you. Have a great Friday. Have a great weekend.
Yep. You too.
Bye-bye. Hey, Michelle. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited for Jerry.
Yeah, everybody should be excited for Jerry. I'm going to talk a little bit in a minute, a little bit more about her numbers. So listen, Marsha Blackburn's numbers were about 320,000, something like that, was her vote totals. And y'all, Jerry was, I want to say 260,000. Let me pull it up real quick again. I had it pulled up. By the way, if you are in Ohio, all Ohioans are, when you first register to vote, you're registered as unaffiliated. It is when you vote in your partisan primary and you ask for a particular ballot. So if you vote in the primary and you vote for and you ask for a Republican primary, then you become registered as a Republican. And if you vote, if you ask for a Democratic ballot, then you become registered as a Democrat through that primary. And so that's, in case you don't know, that's how it works in Ohio. Really quickly, Tennessee governor's primary results. So Tennessee is going to have a woman governor. Okay, that's going to be a thing that absolutely happens. And yes, so Marsha Blackburn got 311,000 votes. Jerry Green got 244,000 votes. Here's the other stuff that I found that I find interesting about this. And also, this Republican primary will also give you a little bit of an insight as to what happened to Andy Ogles. Okay. So we all know that Andy Ogles, our favorite Islamophobe, asshole, bigot, is packing his bags and going home because he was defeated in his primary yesterday, which we love to see, right? But who else have we been talking about, or have I been talking about, that is a Republican that was running for governor who was also very Islamophobic and bigoted? Monty Fritz, right? I've showed you guys clips. He was dumb enough to do that interview with Phil Williams and say, yes, I would outlaw call to prayer, and yes, I would outlaw Muslims, and yes, I would use any religion that's not Christ is king except for Judaism, right? Well, here's what's funny. His ass came in third. Monty came in third. And so to me, it is important to notice that not only did they send Andy Ogles home, Monty Fritz came in last. And to me, that's also another indicator, right? Hella, Raja, that folks are not okay with the overt racism. Not that some aren't, but that most aren't. Most people do not want a representative that is blatantly, this is why they've had it, the Southern strategy, for so long, y'all. So, and let me tell you what, this is why, and I think they've forgotten, the Southern strategy is how they won. The way that the Republican Party was able to win over votes after the civil rights movement without sounding racist themselves was using the Southern strategy. And the Southern strategy was not being blatantly racist. The Southern strategy was finding out a way to say racist things without people going, oh, damn, that's racism, right? And so what people thought was, over the last 10 years, oh, we've gotten the green light to be as racist and bigoted as we want to be, and that will make us popular. And they thought that they could do it because the president of the United States does it. What they've forgotten is two very important things. Number one, they aren't the president of the United States who spent years and years and years on reality TV. The reason I believe that he gets away with saying many of the things he did is because the country got accustomed to seeing him on TV as entertainment. So that still taints the lens through which people view him and hear him, right? Because now it just becomes some outlandish thing that he did on TV again, because we're still seeing him on TV. His role has just changed. Oh, okay, I got you. Appreciate you, Michelle. And so these standard regular politicians who are not reality TV stars, who don't play specific characters on TV, you all are getting penalized by using that same type of verbiage that he uses. And some of you have used even worse verbiage. And so what you see is a rejection of that in the state of Tennessee, which I find to be really encouraging. Give me the glimmer. It's a glimmer, folks. The fact that Monty Fritz came in dead ass last, because I want y'all to think about this. They chose a woman over those two men. And John Rose is a more palatable option than Monty is. And they still chose Marsha over him. Okay. Which, you know what? I think that's great, because here's what I love. I love a woman versus a woman, and especially a woman as smart and on her fucking feet as Jerry Green. I listen, if Marsha doesn't debate her, it's not going well for Marsha. The idea that Marsha isn't, do y'all know that Jerry Green has been to over 150 stops across the state campaigning? She has gone into the hills and the hollers of Tennessee talking to working class people. Marsha Blackburn brought her ass to Northeast Tennessee and she went to Ballot Health and she went to your corporate executives and she went to where the money is. Right? And so I think again, so if you all remember, do y'all remember? Look, can we rewind? For all of you all that were with me in 2024, okay? Oh, Jeff, shh, I haven't gotten there yet. Give me a minute. I haven't gotten to Knox County yet. It's all over here though. So let's rewind back to 2024. And do you all remember in 2024 when I was saying, listen, if it were me and I were planning to run for office and I were running a campaign, for instance, in Tennessee, because that's where I'm from, I said I would divide Tennessee up into 4 different regions, right? And you can do this for every state. Divide that state up into 4 different regions, and then you rotate out the way that you are and you schedule your town halls. And then you go and you do those town halls in person. And then what you do is for the town halls where people can't get to, live stream them suckers. Let people join via Zoom and turn in questions. And so Jerry has done virtually that exact thing, right? And so has Christy. Christy has done town halls and meetings with people all throughout her district. You divide up that territory, you get down there, you advance, you let people know in advance, this is where I'm coming, this is where I'm going to be, I want to have conversations with you, I want to speak to you, I want to learn you, I want to know you, da, 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 da. And so Jerry has done that. And that in and of itself is kicking Marsha Blackburn's ass because she's busy running from people and hiding in the fucking elevator. Oh yeah, Mike DeVoe. I started out talking about Andy. I did. Major glimmers coming out of the state of Tennessee. And so things that are giving me incredible hope that I see happening are people are rejecting the extremism, right? The extreme anti-Muslim, the extreme Islamophobia, the extreme bigotry. People are rejecting that. Monty Fritz came in 3rd. Andy Ogles went home packing. And people are doing what Washington County School Board wouldn't do. So if you all remember Keith Irwin in Washington County, Tennessee, in the school board. Do y'all remember the video he made national global news because of the 16-year-old girl that was up there at the school board, and he's sitting beside her and he touches her and he goes, "Oh God, you're hot." Do y'all remember this? The "God, you're hot" guy that the school board refused to do anything about? His ass went home too. He lost his race. He went home too, replaced by a woman. And that's her picture right below Andy Ogles. The woman right below Andy Ogles on this video, she beat Keith and sent his ass packing, which we love to see because at least the voters did what the board would not do, right? And so to me, these are all things. Are they where I would love to see the state go in its entirety? No. And they are really significant steps forward. You know, Jerry Green has become the very first woman representative nominee for the Democratic Party for governor in Tennessee. And for you all that don't know, Tennessee used to be blue. So did Southwest Virginia. And so just so that, to put it in perspective, you guys, about 12 years ago, this movement started to have extremism take over Tennessee. And the Daily, what's his name? Shapiro, what's his name? What's the name of his show, y'all? The Daily, I want to say the Daily Mail, but it's not, that's the British one. What's his show called, y'all? Is it the Daily Wire? Is that his name? Is that it? Thank you, Oliver. I was like, the Daily, what is it? The Daily what? Yes, the Daily Wire. They moved everything to Tennessee. Y'all remember that back in like 2018? They moved to Tennessee. It was several of these very right, very conservative, very extremist. Yes, they moved their operations to the state of Tennessee. Tennessee has been chosen as the testing ground for state level immigration law. Tennessee also is the state that was going after Vanderbilt and the medical records of individuals that they believe were seeking gender affirming care, right? Whether because they were trans patients. This is what, and so to see this state reject Andy Ogles, reject Monty Fritz, Knox County School Board got flipped last night. It is now Democrats. Did y'all hear me? Democrats have flipped the Knox County School Board. By the way, Gloria Johnson, that's a very good sign for you, my dear. It's a very good sign for you. Right? I know I'm making y'all happy today, aren't you? Now you know when I started my live today and my music was playing and I was all like dee, 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 dee. Now you know why. Now you know why. And y'all listen, do y'all know that in Knox County that's over 500,000 residents? Right? So I think that this is really important that people so it's Mary Grace Wooten is this woman right here that took Keith Urban's spot on the Washington County Board of Education. Now, let me say this. The one place where Washington County still did not get it right, and this is why I think you all are going to continue to experience whatever you experience until you can learn your lesson, right? Is I don't know how in the absolute holy hell you chose Rusty Crowe over Dan Sobel. Dan, why is my brain going so crazy? Somebody give me Dan's name because I literally just went blank. Oh, Paul Gears, that's his name. Paul Gears, that's his name. Holy crap, y'all, my brain. So you've got Dan Paul Gears, who from day one, spoke against the merger of Wellmont Health System and Mountain States Health Alliance. He stood in front of the Tennessee Department of Health repeatedly and said, absolutely not. This is not what you want to do. This is a horrible idea. This will not be good for the region. He has repeatedly done that. And you all chose Rusty again, the dude that gave you the medical monopoly that has tore all to hell your healthcare systems. You have got Holston Valley Medical Center, Bristol Regional Medical Center, and Johnson City Medical Center that prior to that merger were 4- and 3-star hospitals according to CMS. And they are now 2-star hospitals, 1-star hospitals. And how in the world you fixed your fingers to get on the damn and choose Rusty again is beyond me. But continue to suffer, I guess. And then whine about it and then ask somebody to help you figure it out. No, Scotty, they can't say that. I'm going to tell you why there are very few people back home that can say they're not educated when it comes to Rusty Crowe ballot health. I lived outside of a fucking hospital for almost a year educating people about Rusty Crowe and ballot health. Literally testified at many of their county commissions and all of that. No. Nope. What I do know is that there's a lot of influence that comes out of Washington County, Tennessee. And not just Washington County, Tennessee, but Washington and Greene County, Tennessee. So when it comes to Bill Green, when it comes to ETSU and Brian Noland, when it comes to Mark Costa, that's Sullivan County, but that's Eastman Chemical Company, right? There's a lot of hole in the wall gang, and I'm not calling them that. That's literally the name that they gave themselves. So what if I told you all that in Northeast Tennessee, there's a group of about 15 individuals, and those 15 individuals manage over 65% of the workforce in that region? Would that astound you? That 15 people manage 65% of the workforce in that region. Can you imagine what you're able to do in terms of controlling wages, controlling housing, controlling education, and many of them are on all the same boards. They're on all the chambers of commerces. They're on the bank boards. They're on the university boards. They're on the school boards. They're on the this boards. Like, exactly, Crystal, too much control. And that's how you got a medical monopoly. Good morning, Carla. But I will still focus on the glimmers. And there are big glimmers. There really are. And I think it's indicative of what we're going to see across the country. But the key is that we have to keep building the momentum. I did not. I've been in Tennessee glory land. So hold on. That makes me happy. It's too early, though. It's too early. So listen, Jeff, here's my thing. It's too early. It's too early. This is the shit that we should be doing 1 year from now. This is the shit that we should be doing 1 year from now. God, somebody call me so I can tell y'all when to do shit. So in articles of impeachment were introduced against Russell Vogt, right? And I think that's great. I also think it's horrible fucking timing, and you shouldn't be doing it right before the midterms. Stop it. There's great momentum heading in these midterms. Do not start going after this cabinet right now. This is not the time. Somebody please contact your leaders in the Democratic Party and tell them, do not start going after this cabinet right now. Number one, you don't have the fucking votes to even win. So stop it. It's wasteless, and it wastes people's time and energy. You don't have the votes. You can't get it done. Stop it. What you could do is hold a press conference, and you could outline all of the reasons why you think that there should be impeachment when you have the votes to do it, and that when you have a Democratic majority and a progressive majority in Congress, you will absolutely use those powers to make it happen. You could do that. Hell, you could do that on the floor and get it on the record if you really want to do something. But just filing it is of no use right now because you don't have the votes. What's wrong with y'all? Sometimes I really wonder what y'all are thinking. So right now, if it were me, and it ain't never me, y'all, because I don't lead this shit. I don't work with the Democratic Party, but if it were me, I would have prepared articles of impeachment outlining all of the violations of law, all of the times and instances that you can prove that these cabinet members lied to Congress under oath. I would outline all of that in these brilliant articles of impeachment measures. I would hold a massive press conference, and I would invite everybody under the sun, especially right-leaning media. When you listen to me, I would invite the Daily Wire. I would invite fucking Breitbart News. I would invite every Fox. Listen, I'd put Fox right here, like right front and center. And then I would hold this press conference, and I would outline for every member of that cabinet. And I would list every time that they violated their oath of office, every time they sat in front of Congress and lied to Congress, every time that they failed the American people by focusing on things that were not for our good, every time they voted against the War Powers Resolution and kept us in this bullshit with Iran, every time they didn't vote to release the Epstein files, all of it, I would outline every single bit of it in front of the whole country. And I would just say, this is what we are going to be able to do when we have the power. When you put progressives as the majority, these are the things that we are going to get done. We will get rid of the 10-year requirement for ratifying the ERA, so that women, you will have equal rights amended and put into the Constitution. First 100 days. I'm just saying, folks, don't file no damn articles of impeachment. Can we please be strategic? So here's what we're going to do. So user 919, you've been invited to the panel and you've been muted. So let me explain how this works. The reason you've been muted is because I don't do Islamophobia. Okay. And I don't allow that type of stuff in my space. However, I will allow you to be heard and to have a voice and we can have a discussion. It just requires that you get on my panel and have that discussion. So you don't get to hide behind your keyboard. Okay. But if you want to have a discussion with me about Muslims and people running for office who happen to practice Islam, then we can do that. You're just going to have to get on this panel and do it. I won't allow you to be a keyboard warrior in my space, spreading hatred and bigotry. So folks, when I bring you to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. All right. Young, good morning. How are you? Young Klish, did you know that you're on the panel? I don't think so.
I don't.
That's okay. I got you. No worries. Kathleen, do you know that you're on the panel? Kathleen going once? Nope. Reb, do you know that you're on the panel?
I do, yes.
Okay, great. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. What would you like to share this morning?
I'm sorry. I just want to say Justin J. Pearson winning his primary was like the highlight of the night, but also Andy Ogles losing his primary.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question though. Why are you surprised about Justin winning his primary? Because it's a Democratic primary.
I'm not really surprised that he won, given his attention on what was going on with the voting rights, with what happened to him when the Voting Rights Act got gutted and all these people started doing this like redistricting thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a glimmer of hope, honestly, that like progressives can win in districts like that one specifically, and I know that's a straight blue one as well.
Mm-hmm.
But Tennessee used to be a blue state, as you were talking about earlier,
Right.
before the gerrymandering came in.
Yeah, I mean,
I also want to preference that this is why, like, people need to understand that the South isn't red. It's just severely gerrymandered.
so it's not. It is gerrymandered, but even more than that, Tennessee has been a non-voting state. That's the thing. When only 30% of the people are coming out to vote, that's a problem. And so
100%.
And so that's part of the issue with Tennessee is that it has been a non-voting state, right? Joseph, first of all, don't be jealous because my nose is bigger than your male member. Don't do that, love. Second, I stopped letting boys' opinion of my nose bother me in the 4th grade. So find something new. Really. Like, dear God. Okay. So yeah, so I think so I frankly wasn't surprised to see him win his primary because I think like when I look at, I know he went up against London, but I mean 3 of the people that were in that district that were running were all black for the Democratic Party, and Jim Torino was the only white dude that was running. And so when I look at how it broke down, he had the name recognition and whatever to make it happen. I think what's interesting, let me look really quickly because what I'm more interested in are the numbers. So 30. Give me 1 second, folks. That's what I want. I want to see. Taylor. Give me a sec, folks. I want to see his numbers. So here's where people should get excited. That's what I wanted to see. Brent Taylor won his primaries with 31,060 votes. Remember that number. So remember I said Republican, 31,060 votes. And the other people that he defeated, totaled up an additional 36 to 37,000. Okay. So keep these numbers in mind. I'm now going to like numbers. So look at Pearson. Pearson won his with 30,607 votes. So Justin and Brent got almost the same number of votes. Okay. However, you had London, Em LaTroy, and Jim. Their numbers, the other available Democratic votes that Justin didn't get, totaled almost 16,000. So when you look at when you divide Republican versus Democrat, what you'll see is that there is it's roughly a 65-35 in terms of districts, because there's 65,000 votes available, 65 to 70,000 votes available on the Republican side. And on the Democratic side, you're looking at 45,000, right? And so in terms of how they voted in the primaries, the question is, are there any independent or Democratic votes that didn't happen in the primaries that will close that gap? And we don't know. We'll see. But yeah, so about the same number of people voted for them. But in order for Dems and progressives to truly like have a run at that seat for District 9, then there needs to be insane voter turnout. It's right up there. It's right up there, Merlot. It's literally right there. It's at 1 p.m. So I'm not surprised that Justin won in terms of the Democratic nominee, because he is the Democratic gold. He's one of the three, right? The Tennessee three. So it doesn't surprise me that he won his primary. I think what I'm most interested in is seeing the totality of those votes and how they are able to get voter turnout. So.
Right. And I think that you can easily get somebody like him specifically to motivate the people to come in and vote, because he stands on a lot of issues that people are popular about, like Medicare for all, like all these other stuff. So I think it's easy for somebody like him to be able to motivate people to come in and vote, because he does have that platform and he does have that voice.
Yeah. He definitely has the platform. So some people are don't come for me, people. Don't come for me. Listen to me when I say this. Don't fucking come for me. I want the Justins and Gloria to win 100%. Okay. Because that's what Tennessee needs, progressives, and Tennessee needs whatever. I am not overly enamored by either of the Justins. They don't make me get up and whoa, it's not, I don't for me, they don't have the same, it isn't a, I have an aversion to, may you ask why? Sure. Yeah, I'm getting ready to tell you. So I'll tell you the Justin Jones that I first knew of and had a ton of admiration for. I liked Justin Jones more in the 2018, 2019 days as an activist. And as somebody that was, so it's not their popularity that makes them hard for them to get legislation passed. That's the super majority that exists in Tennessee that makes them hard for them to get legislation passed. Okay, let's do this. I knew you were going to be like, what? I know. To each his own and all the things. I am just saying, I'm looking for, yeah, here we go. All right, so I'm just, listen, like I said, I'm not against them at all. I want y'all to hear me when I say this. I want them to win. I'm not against them, and I'm not against their policies at all. Every time I see them, for me, it's the grandstanding I don't like. And there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of grandstanding. There's a lot of, yeah, it's a lot of political theater, and that's not enticing for me. Um, yeah, it's the grandstanding for me. Um, yeah, I want the substance over the showboat. You got it, Jeff. That's a great way to say it. And so I want them to win because they're going to be on the right side of policies, and I would vote for them absolutely if I were in their district. Um, I am, y'all know me. I like real authenticity, and I like to feel like people just are who they are. And I don't like to feel like people are performative, and or that. So here's the thing: I like people the most. How about I say this? I like people the most when getting dressed and going to the Capitol isn't a role that they play. I want the same way that you show up every day at the Capitol, but to be the same way that you show up every other time that I'm. And so I'll give you an example. Afton is a friend of mine. I first met Afton during my protest against ballot health, and I have seen Afton in the Capitol. I've seen Afton in the street. I've seen Afton in her home with a glass of wine. And Afton is Afton all day. Like, all day. That just is who she fucking is. And I don't know that I don't get that same feel from the Justins, but that's my personal opinion. I'm not against them in any way, shape, or form. I want them to win in every way possible. I'm just saying. I know y'all are going to be like, what? That's why I said, don't y'all fucking come for me. Sit down.
I totally agree with you on that too.
I'm just saying that's just me. Yeah, it's just not my jam, right? They're not my people. And I will also tell y'all this. So there was you know how do you know that corporations did you know that you can just simply request businesses sometimes will get a congressman to sponsor a resolution that just says that a particular organization is fantastic and amazing and does incredible things, and then the state legislature votes on it. Did you all know that that's a thing that happens? So let me see if I can show you. I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm talking about, and I'm about to get real specific. So give me a second. Oh no, but they do this for people too. Listen, if you can get your congressperson, all of a sudden there's something. How do you think Bristol, Tennessee got the name to be the birthplace of country music and not Nashville? Because somebody put that shit in a bill. Somebody made a resolution for it. But anyway, okay, so give me a second. I need to find. So there was a hold on, y'all. I'm looking. There there was this thing. Yeah, it was this thing. It was done in the state. It was done in the Tennessee state legislature. Oops, nope, that's me. Hold on. So, yes, you just got to get someone's attention. Exactly. And so what happens oftentimes is you can just get someone. You ever seen your congressman stand up on the floor and say something, and they'll acknowledge some one veteran in their district who just died, and they do something special for this one person, whatever. Like, this is a thing that happens, and you can, and they do it for businesses too. And so there was I'm just going to see if I can do it this way. Tennessee General Assembly resolution, ballot health. They recognize ballot health for something. And when this happened, like, they passed this resolution, or they acknowledged ballot health. Let me see if I can say this, achievement. Anyway, when they did this, okay, I emailed every member. Yes, and that's how bills get named after people sometimes. Correct. So when they did this, I, being who I am, literally emailed every member of the Tennessee state legislature, Republican and Democrat alike. And I basically asked, how could you vote for this thing that said that this was such an amazing healthcare company when their quality scores for healthcare are in the fucking basement, when they have done like all of these horrific things. And I included Jones on it and whatever. Yeah, didn't hear a peep. Not even an acknowledgement of the email. Like not a nil, zip zero. And it just irritates my soul. It's literally a legally operating medical monopoly in your state. How do you not respond, or how do you not, I don't know what the fuck you're voting on? And so sometimes those things really do irritate my soul. And so between that and the performance and whatever, I'm just like, you know what, bruh, forget it. And that's where I'm at. So good morning, Nance. Good morning, Gump. Sorry, I didn't even see you guys over here. I'm over here reading this stuff. So yeah, there's a couple things to, how do you get around needing to be in their district? If you are voting on a measure, I can email you about that vote no matter where the fuck I'm at. You voted on it, and you're voting on something that's in my district. If you are voting on something that is in my district, then I'm gonna contact you. I don't give a fuck. And by the way, I heard back from Gloria Johnson. Gloria emailed me back. They didn't, but Gloria did. So, like, this is my thing. This whole, like, I should have to be in your district if I want you to do something for me. But if you are voting on something that is specific to my district, then I'm going to talk to your ass about your vote for my fucking district. I'm tired of this whole, like, well, I don't represent. You are in the body. And when you touch legislation and policy and issues that impact my life, I have the right to redress my government. Nowhere in the Constitution does it says I can only address my government in my district. That is not, the Constitution doesn't say that. So they can miss me with every ounce of that bullshit. I'm not here for it.
It's called, like, holding your representatives accountable.
It's holding representatives accountable, period. You ain't got to be mine. If the work that you're doing impacts my life, you don't got to be mine. And this idea that it has to be that way. And I know that if they get contacted from so many different people, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. You need to do your best. And here's my thing. If you are talking about something as significant as a medical monopoly operating in your state in a region that is geographically the size of New Jersey, that controls every healthcare piece of the 9th largest county in the state, you should be paying the fuck attention when you're asked to vote for something. Just saying. Sorry, didn't mean to digress, y'all, but you asked, and so there you go. But yeah, so no, I'm glad that Justin won his primary. What I hope that they do is they get a serious ground game together where he gets out and he talks to constituents one on one and he builds a connection with people so that they know who he is as an individual. Because I can tell you, as a person from the outside looking in, I don't know who he is as a person, and I would love to have some sort of feel for that, in addition to the policies and so forth and so on. But I do hope he wins. Yeah.
Same. Yeah. Same.
There you go. That's all. So, but no, appreciate you, Reb, very, very much. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
I saw some people mentioning I saw some people mentioning Abdul and I lived in Michigan for 25 years, so like, I wasn't really surprised at the close margin of how it was because I mean he was outside of Olympic one. Haley Stevens had much more name recognition than he did. And there was a lot of pamphlets of her saying that Obama endorsed her when she didn't. So I think that was like a big part of that of Wayne County going the way it was. And like a lot of people are like worried that he's going to lose, but I'm like pretty optimistic about it. I mean, like APAC was already putting money against him, and like the majority of people are going to vote no, are going to go vote for the nominee regardless. So this is coming from somebody that would have been like, if Haley Stevens would have won, I would have been like, yeah, she wasn't my choice, but like I would have supported her.
Yeah, if I lived in Michigan, I'll vote for whoever wins. But yeah, she's definitely not my yeah, whatever, man. You know how I feel already about Haley. So
Yeah, and then also I do want to pin up like the Minnesota primary is coming up on the 11th, and Peggy Flanagan and AJ Craig for the Senate is like probably also pretty just as important too because Angie Craig is backed by APAC. She also like kind of she voted in favor of ICE multiple times in Congress, where she enabled a lot of stuff that happened in Metro Surge.
Mm-hmm.
Where two Minnesotans were unaligned by ICE, and she has a lot of blood. She has a lot to pay for that. Because like you can't sit here and be constituent to your people and enable a group of people that have invaded in our state and not do anything about that. And Peggy Flanagan was like the front liner of the all the progressive things that happened in Minnesota, primarily with the universal school lunches, and a bunch of other stuff. And she doesn't take corporate PAC money. She's pro Medicare for all, and she's pro abolishing ICE. And she was the lieutenant governor that foresaw like the small majority that we got so much done in. So I think that people should understand that like Angie Craig isn't going to be there for them if she was the primary. She's going to be there primarily for APAC and corporations, where they will actually hold a lot of these people accountable.
Yeah. Okay. Good gosh, you guys have got. There's so many things happening in the chat. Sorry, I got a bit distracted.
Oh no, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Right towards the end. But no, I think that people are going to have to continue the thing that we are currently doing, right? Which is being really engaged, looking at who the candidates are, looking at who the policies are, what their policies are, and then going from there. But turning out, that's the biggest thing. When there is, I keep saying, the key to all of this, you all, is going to be extraordinary voter turnout. That's what it's going to be, and
100%.
that's it. It has to be. I would love to see.
We're already seeing a higher turnout in a lot of places than there was in 2024. So I think that's also a really good sign.
Oh yeah, Michigan's primaries had the highest voter turnout since 1998.
Yeah.
So I mean, as long as that keeps up, it's going to go in the right direction. You know what I mean? Even if it's not everything that you would want it to be all at once, it's going to go in the right direction, and we're definitely seeing that already in Tennessee. So, but appreciate you.
Speaking of that, I think that the primary, I think that like seeing Trump's appointed candidates like lose in their primaries is actually showing that like his endorsement is getting weaker in a lot of aspects. Because I mean, like the guy who lost in Michigan's 8th district lost to somebody who dropped out, like who hadn't even been in the race in a month, and he lost.
Mm-hmm.
And then with Andy Ogles, that's another thing as well. Like that was Trump's appointed guy, and he lost. So like if they aren't even getting through the primaries, that's a big sign.
Yeah, it is.
That these Trump appointed candidates are.
There's what I'm taking away from these primaries is that when possible, not always, but in more instances than in a very long time, the establishment is losing and the non-establishment is winning. And that's great from a Democratic perspective. And on the Republican side, is I'm seeing a rejection of extremism and bigotry for the most part, and that's winning. And so what's crazy is, so like on the Democratic side, it's the rejection of establishment that's good because progressivism is being chosen. On the Republican side, when the establishment gets chosen, then that's a win because their extremism is in the opposite direction. So, and that's kind of what we're seeing, I think, play out so far in the primaries. Yeah. So appreciate you, Reb. Thank you very much. Candy Kiss, I saw you asking me about Virginia. And I don't know enough about those two folks to speak on it, but I'll let you come up and we can chat about it.
To speak on it, but I'll let you come up and we can chat about it.
Echo, serious echo.
To speak on it, but I'll let you come up and we can chat about it. Echo, seriously.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You've got an echo. Drop down and come back. You got to, yeah.
Drop down and come back.
Whew. It's a big echo, y'all. What's up, my friend Jeff? How are you? Good morning, Charlene.
Not too much. Just a few little tiny glimmer updates as well. So the Max Miller scandal's heating up. Moreno has moved the daughter to an out-of-state safe location now that he's not disclosing.
Good for him.
So it's getting pretty serious. There's another one. So anyone who's in Texas, particularly Texas District 5, this one's been being slept on. The representative that's there who won his primaries under House ethics investigation already.
Who is that?
Lance Gooden.
Okay.
They're not disclosing a whole lot of information right now, but they're not disclosing mismanagement.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. It'll be interesting. Well, y'all know that Marsha is got some questions going on in her campaign as well. So I don't know if it'll be enough to impact her before the midterms or not. But she has an inquiry into some of her campaign stuff as well. I don't know if you've seen that. Did you see that, Jeff?
I haven't seen the one for Blackburn. They haven't made the inquiry formal, so they haven't announced it yet.
So let me tell you what I found.
And that's all I've been able to see on it.
Okay, so give me see. Is Lance Goodwin? Is that who it is?
Gooden, Gooden.
Okay.
He's Texas 5, but it looks like it's finances related. But he was under investigation already, and they've extended the investigation period out to November. So it doesn't look like he can be removed from the primary for censure because it'll be after the election. However, it needs to be something that's brought up on a daily for anyone campaigning in the area.
100%. And I think the thing that's important about this particular House ethics investigation is that it was actually referred to them by the Office of Congressional Conduct. And so that, I think, adds teeth because you can, the House Ethics Committee, they can launch an investigation if they got the majority into just about anybody for whatever reason, right? But the fact that this has been referred to them by the Office of the Congressional Conduct, that's the part that I would be driving home, 100%. Let me just see what it says.
Credible allegations.
Yeah, credible allegations, right? And so House rules require the ethics committee to publicly announce when it extends a review beyond 45 days, though it doesn't have to disclose any details about the probe. The Office of Congressional Conduct referred its findings to the ethics committee on June the 10th. And it said, so they said in a joint statement, the chair and co-chair and ranking member, that the review doesn't imply that he violated any rooms. This is what it says. This is their statement. Quote, the committee notes that the mere fact of a referral or an extension and the mandatory disclosure of such an extension and the name of the subject of the matter does not in itself indicate that any violation has occurred or reflect any judgment on behalf of the committee. And of course they're saying that because they just want to kind of like level the playing field, right? And just like not come off as saying that he's a bad whatever. But we will see what happens. I love the fact that, like I said, it was referred by the Office of Congressional Conduct. So there was something back in 2021. So Campaign Legal Center filed a complaint with the Office of Congressional Conduct, asking them to investigate stock purchases that he appeared to have made. We don't know if it's related to that or not, but it does look like it's fine. It does look like it is finance related. So that's a good one. I'll have to make a note to keep talking about it.
And then Florida, West Virginia, and Louisiana proved that people don't understand strategy. You see that they immediately filed subpoenas?
No. Oh my God.
For the good doctor?
Oh, that does not surprise me.
And that lends credence to the whole argument of why he pled the fifth. So they just basically shot their own contempt proceedings in the foot.
Correct. They sure did, because he pled the fifth because they were going to do. He knew they were looking for them. I am so sorry. I'm looking at Jerry. Jerry Green posted something again, and I love it so much. So Tennessee, y'all need a win. I can't say this enough. Tennessee, you need a win, and you need a win with somebody that truly has a desire to represent the people. That is not Marsha. You all know it's not Marsha. You all have seen that firsthand, that it's not Marsha. She doesn't hold town hall. She doesn't come talk to people. She's not interested in what the fuck you have to say. And she's quick to tell you that it's not her problem. I know. I've stood face to face with her. It would be Jerry Green, Don Juan. In the state of Tennessee, it would be Jerry Green. So I don't know, Jen B. I'd have to look. So
I had that pulled up. Let me see if I can find that real quick, or if I canceled that out. There's two that were in the Democratic primary, and I think they might be having a runoff, it looked like. And I believe they were both women candidates as well.
Let's see. I'm looking real quick. I wonder if it's Ruth again. Okay, so it looks like Chelsea.
Yeah.
Where did it go? I clicked it, and then of course I clicked it, and it's somewhere on the page that I haven't gotten to yet. Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
I have like 8,000 tabs.
Chelsea Hockett. Yeah, that's me. That's my wife always. So Chelsea Hockett looks like one of them. And okay. Could we? No, I don't. Yeah. So I understand when people want to do like a subscriber exclusive, but I don't think that we should do subscriber exclusives on things that determine the outcomes of elections. Call me fucking crazy. Ruth Torres, yes.
Yeah, Chelsea Hockett and Ruth Torres. I got off Ballotopedia.
Yeah, I just got there. And Ruth Torres, he beat in 2020.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, yeah, Chelsea Hockett, and Ruth Torres. So we shall see. So it looks like it's actually going to be. So from what I can see, Chelsea Hockett defeated Ruth Torres in the primary runoff, and so it's going to be Chelsea Hockett. So she beat Ruth in the May 26th runoff that they had for the Democratic primary.
So she can pull out all the talking points she had before that won her votes and then add this to the arsenal.
Yep, 100%. And what's interesting about this race, just so people know, their Democratic primary election totaled 25 plus 7, 33,000 votes. And Gooden got 52,000 for 24. So again, it's how do you close that gap and what votes are available. And I don't know because I don't have those specific stats, but there you go.
Yeah, and they're doing a bit of flood the zone behavior right now after the primary results with El Sayed and a couple other people. So
of course,
there's a few things they're pulling. Like the July jobs report just got released, and it was not a good turnout.
Nope, down 27,000.
Yep. And did you see the mortgage rate release?
Nope.
5th consecutive increase.
Holy
It's
fuck.
up to a 1-year high, like almost 7%. And then he signed a deal to pay a German company $1.2 billion to buy back the leases he canceled for offshore wind energy. So there's our tax dollars going to good use, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And then with DHS, he's reinvigorated the push to collect on the fines. Remember, he signed that order charging $900 some a day.
Yeah.
They're increasing their attempts to go after people to get those fines after deportation hasn't already happened.
I cannot.
Yeah,
sure. That's what
like I
they
said,
have.
they're flooding the zone.
Yeah. They are doubling down. So that reminds me. Thank you for saying that, because I want to talk about. So DJK is a Palestinian American friend of mine that, of course, I chat with sometimes about what's happening and so forth. And there was this is actually an article from DropSite all the way back in 2025, and it is a leaked document from the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they commissioned an American polling firm to perform a bunch of surveys and focus groups coupled with message testing on how to rehabilitate Israel's image in both the U.S. and the EU. Have you heard about this?
No, I haven't heard about that one, but I did hear about the performative investigation and sentencing, I guess I could say, that just happened.
Which one?
They
It's sad that I just said which
Israeli
one.
soldier.
The settler or the soldier?
Yeah, no. The settler, sorry.
Yes.
The one that just happened.
Yep, I've got it pulled up. And so let me tell you what, the only reason that happened is because he's the producer of No Other Land. That's the only.
Oh yeah, it was very performative.
Yes. The only reason. So for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, an Israeli settler murdered a Palestinian in the West Bank. And it just so happens that this Palestinian is a very outspoken activist against the settlers and settler violence in the West Bank, and was one of the producers on the documentary called No Other Land. If you guys haven't heard about this, I'm not going to play the video, but it was all captured on video. And so Israel has actually charged this particular settler, and so they have indicted the settler over his death, and so the settler's name is Yenin Levi. What I find insulting is that they charged him with manslaughter in the first. well, they charged him with manslaughter, and this is like the first indictment of anybody in decades for killing a Palestinian in the West Bank. But so it was Adwa Hathaleen is the Palestinian that he murdered in the West Bank. And Hathaleen filmed the settler like drawing his weapon and opening fire and all of that. It was Hathaleen's own video that has put this in this situation. The problem, I don't like the charge. I'm glad that there is a charge, Jeff, but come on. So reckless manslaughter
doesn't fit the severity at all.
No. And so it only carries a maximum prison sentence of 12 years, which is crazy because it should have been first degree murder.
An indictment, so they'll probably just hold a sham trial and acquit anyway.
Yes.
The image is the point, not the actuality.
Exactly. So, and in my humble ass opinion, and this is strictly an opinion, I think the only reason that this indictment has happened is because their position is so horrible in the American public's eye. What's up, Kayla? And Israel is looking so horrible to Americans. This is a step in saying, oh, we actually do care. See, we're holding this person accountable. And so, in my opinion, because I don't think it's about anything else other than if we don't do something, because literally the entire thing is caught on tape. But for me, when I want to talk about the United States of America or Israel and its regard for people and human life and safety, and for individuals that commit sexual crimes and things like that, there's nothing greater to look at than when the 5 IDF soldiers were caught on video raping the Palestinian prisoner using a bottle. It was all filmed, right? It was in the prison, and it was Israel's top prosecutor that leaked the footage, because the people, when she arrested those 5 soldiers, the people were protesting the arrest of those individuals. And she released the video. Granted, she wasn't supposed to and shouldn't have, but she released the video to prove to the Israeli people, this is what they did. Like, I'm actually prosecuting this for a reason. They really did it. And because she released it and it was evidence, like, she ended up getting arrested herself, and she's no longer sitting in that position. And of course, they all walked because of it. They all walked free. Nothing happened. And that's it. And this is what people need to know and really understand. This is a common occurrence.
Yeah, it's a systemic tool used by the IDF right now. And they have all publicly gone on like live television and stuff and spoken out saying it's a complete mischaracterization or falsehood. And it's literally captured on film, and there's no denying the evidence.
And just so people know, you can literally see videos of IDF soldiers bragging about the things that they do. I've seen them say out loud, yep, we will, not only will we kill your women, we will rape them first. Not only will we do this, we will do this first. So this is again why Americans, this is why US citizens should care that our police are being trained with IDF soldiers. You should care. You should care that they want to integrate part of our military with Israel. You should care. We
don't want that ethos in our forces.
No, it's already there more than you would like. And I went over this a lot a week ago about how prevalent sexual violence is in the military, being perpetrated by military soldiers against other people in the military, women in the military. You do not want that escalated. It's already a horrific issue that we have within our military. And so I'm just saying everybody should care about this. It is human rights. And this is the thing, folks. This is not about, oh, you just don't like Israel. That's not it. You can look at every human rights organization across the globe. They all say the same thing about the IDF and the state of Israel. All of them. You won't find one that says they aren't committing crimes against humanity, that they aren't committing a genocide, that they don't, violate people's human rights. It's not like literally that you have to ask yourself, is everyone around the world from every country lying, or is Israel lying?
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but did you see the press release where why can't I remember her name? She was wearing like a silverish white blazer suit. It's their female spokesperson. But anyway, she was commenting on what their end game, I guess, is for their operations in Gaza and the West Bank. And she made the comment in response to a question that one bit is written worth over 1 million Palestinian lives on live television.
Oh, 10 million.
Oh, yeah, 10 million. Yeah, sorry.
Wait, which one are you saying? Are you talking about the settler that said that, or are you talking about that said it?
No, one of the members of the Israeli government on.
Yeah, so are you talking about Daniela Weiss? Lauren, is that who he's talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember her name for the life of me.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
this is a sentiment that I really want y'all to understand. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that clip. Hold on.
I saw the news about the Saudi, Pakistan, and who was the third one? Turkey Mutual Defense Aid Pact. So I went down a rabbit hole last night on a lot of things.
So is this when she was talking to Piers Morgan?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so let me see if this is the one. The ad. Give me a second. Okay, let me see. I'm going to play the clip and we'll just go from there. All right, guys. I'm going to play the clip. Thanks for reminding me, Scotty.
How do you feel about the fact that over 20,000 Palestinian children have now been killed since October the 7th in Gaza?
I think that the Palestinians, as you said, I said Palestinians, the Gazans and all Arabs around should stop attacking Israel.
Right, I just asked you how you thought about 20,000 children being killed by the IDF. So how do you feel about that?
I think that the parents should be very careful before they teach the children to hate Jews and to kill Jews.
No, that wasn't my question.
I warn
that wasn't my
Arabs.
question. Sorry to be persistent, but my question.
That was your question.
My question was, how do you feel?
Answer.
My question was, how do you feel? How do you personally feel about over 20,000 Palestinian children now being killed since October the 7th in Gaza? How do you feel about that?
I think that Arabs, Gazans or Jordanians or Syrians, whoever, should be very, very careful with the way they educate the children.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
Now,
that wasn't my question.
Many of them.
Can you answer my question?
Answer. That was my answer.
So you don't
to
care?
Your question.
You have no thoughts about these children at all?
You choose your questions, and I answer them
of course.
The way I believe is right.
But just to be clear, you have nothing to say about 20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot to say about everything that happened as a result of the massacre of the 7th of October.
I understand you care about Israeli
Arabs
children who died, as do I. But I'm able to care about both sides of children who've died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who've died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza? Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders, warn them, stop educating children to hate
So just
Jews
to be clear, I've now offered you three times.
I made myself very clear.
Oh, you've made yourself very clear.
You asked me 5 times.
I'm going to give you one last.
You asked me 7 times.
Okay, I'm going to give you one last chance to offer some empathy or sympathy or sorrow about the deaths of 20,000 children in Gaza? Are you capable of doing that?
I can tell you that had you cared, and I don't believe you that you care a tiny bit about one killed person, if you do not use the means that you have as a media person to stop,
by the way,
educating children.
I gave you 4 chances.
Jews. Right. Okay, you gave me 7. You gave me 7.
And you know what? You couldn't give a damn, could you?
That you are to blame more than me.
You don't care. And all you want is all the Palestinians gone. You can barely even bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank and Gaza. You don't care how many die in the process. You want them all gone. You don't care, do you? That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Yeah, they will.
You know how old this is?
Audience will judge. Folks, she's not the only one. And I really, so she made it a big deal because she can even say Palestinians. So some of them don't even believe Palestinians are even human beings. Like the way that they speak about them, they won't even identify them as Palestinians. And that's Daniela Weiss. She's an Israeli politician. And you know, okay, if you have never listened to Daniela Weiss or Ben Gvir and other members of Israeli political leadership speak about Palestinians, you have no idea what they think and how they act. It is horrific. I have listened to video where one of them specifically, I mean, literally, I'll see if I can find the clip really quickly. But he literally talked about, yes, we should kill all the children unapologetically. And it's just, it's crazy to see. And this is one of the things that makes me so grateful for social media and for social media platforms, is because that will never make mainstream news. You're not going to see Daniela Weiss sitting on fucking 60 Minutes with Steve Croft, I don't think, saying that, right? I don't think that you're going to see that on Fox or MSN or CNN or ABC even, right? And this is the reason why I am grateful for where we are in terms of to be in this moment. Can you all imagine if we did not have social media and the internet after October 7th? Can you imagine the spoon-fed propaganda we would have been given about what was happening? None of us would know the Palestinians that we know. We would not know Abu Sarraj, and we would not know shit. We wouldn't know the Palestinian Americans. We wouldn't know Raja. We wouldn't know Mohammed OS. We wouldn't know any of them. And can you imagine what we would have been led to believe? Oh my gosh, Yossi Landau. Do y'all know who Yossi Landau? Do y'all know who that is? Yossi, Yossi, Landau, Landau. You would not know that he is, okay, so he was part of the Israeli response, the folks that went in right after October 7th. You know the stories about all the quote unquote executed children. They came from Yossi Landau. And we now know they are all false. And he's had to admit that it wasn't true. If you all watched, how many of you all did not see? So we had a documentary viewing. We do documentary viewings together. How many of you all did not see October 7, the documentary that we watched together? If you did not watch that documentary with me, please put a 1 in the chat. It was an Al Jazeera investigative documentary, and it had body cam footage, not just from Hamas, but also from the IDF. So we all watched this together. The link is in my link tree, folks. You can watch it on your own. The link for it is in my link tree. But we watched it, and we watched Yossi Landau sit in front of them and then break down the stories and the lies that he told and compare it to Israel's own information, and then saying, hey, he claimed 20 babies were beheaded, and then but according to like the area's government, there are only 5 children that live there, and they're all like like 10, you know what I mean, or some shit like that. I'm making that part up, but you get what I'm saying. And so there's one point in time where I'm going to see if I can grab this clip really quickly for you all. But just I know that I don't know that we meant to go all the way here, but I got to make this point while we're here. So Yossi Landau, he says to this yeah, there it is. So he says to this reporter, yep, this is the one, I think. So he claims that this is what has happened, that there's this pregnant woman, and that Hamas has, I'm not going to be graphic, but that Hamas has cut her open. But you guys get it, right? That she's supposed to be pregnant. And he is asked specifically about proof. So he was one of the Israeli rescue workers with the Kibbutz Be'eri. That's the name of the Kibbutz Be'eri is one of the places where the attack on October 7th happened, right? And he offers to show a picture. Do y'all remember this in the documentary? He offers to show a picture. Did I just cut off my other? Did I close down my live stream? By accident? No, I didn't. Okay, there y'all are. I lost you in all the tabs. Sorry, beloveds. But I absolutely lost you in all the tabs. And so let me see. I want to find which tab is this? Okay, now I know what I'm sharing. So I'm going to share this with you all. And when he is asked, he offers to show a picture. Listen to what he says when he shows the picture. Listen to what the journalist says. So here we go.
It was an interview you did with Sky Television from Britain. 2 piles, we found them in Bury. 2 piles of 10 children each were tied back to back and burned to death. Now, again, I mean, if we look at the death figures at Bury, there are only 10 children that died at Bury.
Well, not children, it's 18-year-old. So we all together, when you look at them and they're burned, you don't know exactly the ages. So you're talking about 18-year-old, 20 years old, and you just don't look on the spot identification to see the ages or something like that.
When he's confronted with the fact that the government's own information says there were only 10 children that were killed in Kibbutz Be'eri, then he says, oh, they weren't all children. Some of them were like 18 and 20. And, you know, when things are burnt, you can't really tell. But he, in fact, did go around telling that. He did go around lying. So listen to this.
It is not the only questionable story that Yossi Landau tells about Kibbutz Be'eri.
We go further. Then we see a woman. She was lying on the floor, a puddle of blood, big puddle of blood. She was a pregnant woman. Her stomach was butchered open. The baby that was connected to the cord was stabbed, and she was shot in the back.
Kibbutz Be'eri has denied this account.
The story of the pregnant woman
So even Kibbutz Be'eri, the government, is saying that didn't happen. That didn't happen. Listen to this.
reported by Saka is not relevant to Be'eri.
Yossi Landau insists he witnessed this scene at Be'eri.
If you want to see the picture, I have the picture of it.
Are you able to share the photographic evidence with us?
To show you. Yes.
Watch this.
Where's my phone? Oh, I'm sorry. I will not put it in front of the camera.
No, that's fine. I'll come and look.
This is the knife they used.
Shot and killed, but
Well, the hair was the woman.
But that's the imagery after the bodies had been cleared away. Oh.
Yes. This is the baby. This is it.
I'm sorry to be graphic here, but I can't see a baby here.
You can't see the baby but this is the picture of the mother. For sure, you know, we didn't think when we over there, we didn't think to camera everything. We didn't have that. This wasn't in our.
The photo shows an unidentifiable piece of charred flesh. The list of the dead contains no victim that fits Yossi Landau's description. On October 7th, 2 babies die. One is killed when a bullet is fired through a door. The other dies following an emergency cesarean after the mother is shot. Neither is burned or beheaded.
You being someone who, with your own...
Those stats are coming from the Israeli government themselves. That is coming from Kibbutz Be'eri. They're saying, no, this is not what happened. And it's crazy. So I saw somebody say in the chat, what's the purpose of the lies? The purpose of the lies is to work up this public sentiment that Hamas are these horrific, horrible terrorists that do these atrocious things to get the public to co-sign massacring and committing a genocide against all of Palestine. Right, it's to manufacture consent. That's the whole purpose. And this is I'm gonna listen. I encourage everyone, go to my link tree. It is in my about section on all my socials. Go look at, or just Google October 7 Al Jazeera investigative documentary, and you can watch the entire thing. I'll hold another watch party. By the way, we're having a watch party tonight to watch Roger Stone's documentary, A Storm Foretold, that you cannot stream here in the United States of America because they didn't give you the rights to it. They didn't give them the rights to stream here. I can show it because I own it. I own it because I bought it in a small window of time. Right there, Sammy. Right there. So that's what's happening tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You will need to go to my link tree and register, or you will not get a link to come watch it. That's the way that it works, okay? You will see all types of things that I'll just give you a couple of highlights. Thanks, Tony, for being patient. So you will see Roger Stone talk to Matt Gaetz about the pardon. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the Roger Stone documentary. 1 p.m. is our Pally panel today. Listen, you will see Roger Stone have a conversation with Matt Gaetz that Matt Gaetz may need to go to Donald Trump to get him a pardon for being indicted for lying to Congress about Russia. You will see Matt Gaetz tell him, I've already done work on that. And since there's a lot of recording devices around, let's not talk about it right now, right? You will see Roger Stone say, who came up with Stop the Steal? And you'll see his assistant talk about that Roger Stone, 2015. I've got the checks. They were paid to come up with Stop the Steal in 2015. You will hear Roger Stone say, we are relaunching Stop the Steal. You'll see them formulate and look for military, retired military, police of any rank, of any age, and put them into a signal chat together, specifically for January 6th. You will see all of it unfold in real time between the end of 2018 all the way through Trump's last day in office in 2021. Some of that footage, barely any of it, you saw during the January 6th committee hearings in 2023. But they turned all of it over. Christoph turned all of it over. And so what I would encourage you, seriously, if you give a shit about the country that you live in, regardless of what political party you belong to, and you desire to see real footage of what happened in real time, then you need to register so that I can send you a link to join my watch party tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because here's the thing, if you truly give a fuck about the country, you'll want the facts even if they're uncomfortable. You'll want the facts even if they don't fit your narrative. You'll want to know the truth because you don't want to be lied to and have people play in your face. Cheryl, people need to register by 6:30 p.m. today, because then I will send out the link to everybody. You will see connections, and let me tell y'all something. You would think that it takes these big, massive crowds. Do you know how Roger won so much of the support for what they're doing? He did small, intimate events. You're talking 100 people, 200 people, 50 people. And it would be a mix. It would be a mix of everyday people to a mix of big money donors and people like that. And the reason why those things are so impactful is because they are intimate. It gives you this, it gives you a look at oh, well, I'm in a room with Roger Stone, one of the best friends of the president. You can't get any closer than that. Like, if Roger's saying it, it must be true. And it's crazy to see all of this play out. So if you give a shit, come watch. You will not get a link if you have not registered, because as part of that link, you are promising to not record any of the documentary because it's illegal to do so. And yeah, y'all not about to get my ass in trouble. So there we go. Just so that you know, that is not the same registration as Project for the People. Project for the People is one registration, Roger Stone, a different registration. So make sure you are submitting your information where you want to. Okay. Jeff, I'm going to come back to you. Let me pop up to Tony real quick. Tony, do you know that you're on the panel, or are you just hanging out? Because I accepted and you tapped by accident. Tony, did you mean to join the panel? I'm guessing not. Ty. Ty Blackwell. Nope. Okay, you timed out as well. Okay. Jeff, did you have anything else you want to add? I know you went down a rabbit hole last night.
Oh, yeah. So, like I said, I saw the news press release about the Mutual Defense Aid Pact between Saudi, Turkey, and Pakistan, which now creates basically a Middle Eastern NATO, if you will, where one of the member states has nuclear capability to counter the unacknowledged ability that Izzy has. So that sent me on a rabbit hole down a bunch of other stuff, because Taiwan did its Hong Kong military exercises this past week as well. And they changed them up this year. Normally, when they do those, they just kind of parade around their, like, super weapons, essentially. They're all their high-budget items and their defense platforms, etc. This was more about coordination drilling. So there's that. And then there's the $2 billion of reallocation of funds for reigniting airstrips in Micronesia and the Philippines that are going on right now to shore up shortages in the CSM. So there's a lot of activity ramping up in the Pacific theater that's not directly tied to the conflict in Iran. So it sounds like strategists are thinking that the Taiwan situation is also heating up significantly, especially after China just did their privatized fishing fleet. They just did strategic blockade maneuvers with them. to have them aligned in the L shape in the sea right there to block off Taiwan. It's just like there's a lot of stuff ramping on, and I didn't know if you had looked into any of it.
I haven't. I have been, and here's the thing, admittedly, lately I've been so focused on the midterm side of thing and policy side of things here that I haven't dug in as much. I did see what happened with Morocco and Spain and the 60,000 people. Did you see that?
Yeah, with how do I pronounce it? Is it Kuwaiti?
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. And so I reposted a video about it where and all the ties. And this is the challenge, right? Is some of the things that are third circle are good to know, and then some of them I'm always mindful about how much to bring into the conversation so that it doesn't become overwhelming for folks. But law, I'm so happy to see my friend. But not wanting it to become overwhelming for people as they are processing information and getting ready for the midterms. Like, how much is too much, and how many dots is too much to be connected until we lose people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes I just repost or share a video or whatever, and I just don't bring it here and talk about all of it at the moment. So. But no, I will have to dig in. This weekend is when I will get a chance to dig in a little bit more and look at those things. Yes. So reminder, in 30 minutes, I'm going to have someone on from Palestine, from Gaza, as a matter of fact. His name is Abu Sarraj. He's in Deir Bella, and he's going to be here in 33 minutes to share with you what life is like in Gaza, what it's been like, what it is like today, what is or isn't happening with aid, what the life of Gazans is like. And so following that, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there will be a window in which, if you are on TikTok, you will have the ability to send TikTok coins because they are able to transfer those into crypto and use them for their daily needs. Many of them will also have direct ways to support them in their bios. They will have LINKs in their bios. And I have a group of those LINKs in my link tree. And you can send support directly to them that way as well. Okay, so that's all coming up in the next little bit. While we get ready for that, because there's a couple of other things that I do want to talk about. Can I get a quick break to refill my water and empty my bladder and then go from there? That would be amazing. Do I have a mod that can give me a quick break for a sec? And then I do want to talk about, we've got to talk about these issues up here: healthcare, immigration, education, affordability. Thank you, Cheryl. That would be amazing. Oh, Carla made it. Oh, shit. Did I get all of y'all today? I got a Carla, and I got a Cam, and I got a Cheryl, and I got a Red Hot.
I was like, yes.
Listen, y'all go at it. Teamwork makes the dream work. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on.
All right. Two. Carla, you okay? Nope, you take the lead. Hi, everyone. Welcome into Dani's Live. Happy Friday. Remember to tap the screen, collect your Heartme. Don't forget to go back, claim your points. Also, reshare the live, post the live on your stories, add a short highlight story if you can. And I think that's it. What else did I forget, Cam? Go ahead, Red.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Red. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Yeah, what else did you forget? Oh, Dani was talking about it just before she left, but reminder that tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we are doing A Storm Foretold. It is a documentary about Roger Stone and January 6th, and many of us Dominicans have already seen it. I have seen it many times myself. But Dani will be showing a private viewing of that at 8 p.m. Eastern. you must register. If you have already registered from a previous time, you saw it 3 weeks ago with her or a month ago, you still need to re-register this time because she sends out a unique link each time. So even if you watched it with us 2 weeks ago, please still register again. And you can do that in her link tree, in her bio. You can do that. It should just say like
they don't have to re-register if they've already registered once. They just need to look for the new email. I will send the email. I can send the email out to like anybody who's ever registered, but they need to know that they need to check their email because it will be a new link. So I have their info, but it will be a new link that I send. Does that make sense?
It does. Are you sure?
Yeah, girl.
What is that song?
That's Red Hot.
Oh, I'm like, oh, my bad.
Yeah, Cam.
Because I do it every time.
I registered last time, and I got the link. So Dani, yeah.
Okay. Then.
Because what I have is whenever somebody registers.
My bad. Do not re-register again.
Yeah, because all that happens is I take the people that have registered this time, I upload them, and I've added everybody to that same list. So I have a Roger Stone documentary viewing list, and I email anybody that's on that list. I think last time I didn't email everybody. I just did like, I don't know, the people that registered the last 2 or 3 times or some shit like that. But I literally have a list. If you've ever registered to watch that documentary with me, you're in a list. And so I can email out that link to everyone that's ever registered.
Can I ask a question real quick while I'm up here, Dani?
Girl, yeah, you going on what?
I'm not going to get in trouble. It's about plants. So see, I have tomatoes since you're growing stuff. I got tomatoes. These little horn worm things that took over my plant. What is that?
So listen, Google Lens is your friend to figure out what has taken over your plants. But what I will also say to you is I follow the guy that's creative. What's his name, y'all? Creative Explained. He's brilliant. And he'll tell you how to take, it's like you can take chili pepper and a bunch of other, like some apple cider vinegar and something else. I can put it in there, but you can put it and a little bit of dishwashing soap and add some water and swish it together and spray it. And it is a non-toxic insect repellent for your garden.
Okay, because I was picking them off and I'm like, what is this?
No, girl, you got to get some stuff and spray it and then it'll keep them off.
Okay. That's what I needed.
Okay. I'm glad to help you.
Thank you for your wishes.
Girl. Okay, so the link to watch the Roger Stone documentary is in my Discord. And so here's what I'll say, guys. So when people register, whether it's for Project for the People or whether it's for a documentary viewing, and I send you out an email, I just apply a little tag so that I know what it is you signed up for. So like if you've signed up to watch the documentary, but you've never signed up for Project for the People, you don't get emails for Project for the People because you didn't sign up for that. And so you only get emails for what you signed up to participate in. I'm not somebody that sends out 20,000 emails a month. I can't stand that shit. It's why my emails have like 50,000 unread emails. I can't stand that. So I'm not someone who does it. Okay. No, you cannot register and watch at a later time. This is a live viewing. And I'm sharing it with you in real time. So like you're not getting access to it. You're joining me on a Google Meet and we are having a watch party together. I hope that answers all the questions. Yeah. So, yeah. And so let me be very clear, you all. Good morning, Irvette. Listen, the reason why I do it this way is there is no streaming rights for this particular film in the United States of America. They didn't give it to you. And they didn't give it to Christoph. And there was a small window of time where it became available to purchase on Vimeo. It's no longer available for purchase on Vimeo. So I bought it during that small window of time. It was literally like a couple of days in 2023. So the way that I share it is I invite people to come to a watch party and watch me watch the video that I own, so that I'm not live streaming it and all that sort of thing. But it's information that everybody needs to see. And I've done this, I don't know, Cam, Carla, 10 times now, maybe we've done this?
Yeah, at least 8 to 12 times over the past year and a half, I would say. So
Yeah.
I know I have seen it at least like 6 or 7 times with my own eyeballs.
Yeah.
And it's a really good documentary. I've obviously not gone to every showing, but I have seen most of it. And yeah, each time you learn something new. So I definitely encourage everyone to register, like Dani said, so that you can join us tonight. Dani will kind of pause a few times along the way to give her
a little commentary and connect the dots.
Commentary and just kind of explain what's going on, especially for people who are watching it for the first time, because it does kind of explain the background of what you're kind of watching. So please join us and register for it for tonight. And then on that topic, like Dani mentioned, a completely separate link that you must register for. But please also join Project for the People. She's got the logo up there underneath the 88 days. But please join Project for the People. We are, I don't know, we're just like a movement of people, everyday people just looking to kind of make a change in policy and our government. So please just kind of go to Dani's link tree, her bio, read a little bit more. There's a full, I think, 1-hour video that kind of gives you an intro a little bit more in detail about what Project for the People is about. But you could also look it up on TikTok with hashtag Project for the People. So please do that right now, and especially if you're from Wyoming. If you are from Wyoming, I think is that the state we're looking for, Dani? Wyoming?
Mm-hmm. They're the only one.
Yeah, if you're from Wyoming, I don't know. I'll give you a high five or something. Like, I don't know.
So what she's talking about is we got South Dakota, Scotty. We have people that are in 49 states. So to tell you what Cam is talking about, folks, is listen, I believe 100% that the key to how we move forward as a country and how we get people in office that represent all of us and close the divide that they have. When I say they, I'm talking about politicians across the board and media outlets across the board have been working to instill in us. The way that we do that is through sharing accurate, reliable, fact-based information and having really tough conversations that oftentimes aren't comfortable. And so Project for the People is a group of people that are dedicated to doing that very thing and talking about the issues that matter: housing, education, healthcare, and economic mobility, and not getting lost in the weeds arguing about bathrooms and things like that, but rather talking about how do we want our elderly people to be treated and what kind of life should they have, the last 10, 20, 30 years of their life, and what should our children have in their first 10, 20 years of their life, and what about everyone in between? And so this is about finding that middle ground and creating connection and building community and understanding so that we can create a country that truly is great and that we all deserve to have. If you can't figure your way out in my link tree, Project for the People is the first section of links. The Roger Stone documentary viewing is like 2 or 3 links under Project for the People. But if you're having trouble and you want to know more about Project for the People, then you would need to, all you need to do is go to makingamericatruly.great.com. And just to give you guys an idea, look, Jeff, I did my homework. Are you ready? Unlike James, I do my homework. Let me show y'all what I did. Okay, so just to get a little temperature check for those of you guys that are in here, if you've never seen anything about Project for the People and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, put a 1 in the chat for me, because I'm excited to kind of show off my little homework that I did. If it works the right way. I don't even know if it's going to work when I go to do this on TikTok, but we're going to see. So TikTok doesn't like for me to share my screen and share other videos or share other things. David, don't lie. Okay, but I grabbed some screenshots and let me show you. Okay, are you ready? So you want to hear it? Here it goes. Okay, so I'm going to grab a different effect, and the effect that I'm going to grab is this one. Okay, are you ready? So here's what I did. I went through 12 states worth of election data, and I went through every county in every state to find the states that had margins of 10% or less. Okay, and see that? Y'all can't see it over here, but I'm holding up a screen over here. So look at this. You see that? I went through all of the election data for 5 years worth of federal elections for 12 states across the country, and every county in every state And every county that had margins of 10% or less, I put together. And then I looked at a couple of things: which House seats they have in common, how many of them voted third party, and then how many were registered voters that didn't vote at all. And then it comes down and it gives us like a roadmap. So look at Michigan. Michigan, Democrats lost the presidential election by 80,000 votes. Well, these 16 counties had 47,000 people that voted third party, right? That's enough to cut the deficit by 53%. TikTok, stop doing that, because I'm not moving. And so it gives you a way to impact change, right? Now, check it out. You take that information. This is what it looks like close up. And it gives you a roadmap, okay? How you do these kinds of things and where do you go talk to people. Now, in addition, let me show you this. Then I created a database for you guys to try to be helpful. And so this is my Google Drive. And there's nationwide resources, potential legislation, sources and links, state resources. What does it mean when I say state resources? I will show you. So for every single district in the country, and for every state, right? And then every congressional district within those states, I put together documents for everybody. And those documents are a really simple way for you to share information that matters to people. Information like this. Did you know that in North Carolina, District 6, 39,000 people are projected to lose their North Carolina Medicaid insurance by 2034 because of the One Big Beautiful Bill? And also in North Carolina, 61% of nursing home residents are covered by Medicaid, right? Also in that same district, 29,000 children and adults are going to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits because of the One Big Beautiful Bill, right? Children shouldn't go to school hungry. But it's also got things like your data centers by congressional districts, your percentage of people that are on Medicaid, your poverty levels, your voter registration deadlines. All of that information is in there. And I've given you a part in there where you can actually find the sources for all of the links. So all of the sources for the information is provided to you as well. And so the idea is that when you join Project for the People, you are able to access information that you can share with the people in your community, in your life, and around, even on your social media. Why? So that we get accurate information that we are sharing with people, so people become informed and they are voting based on accurate information, not headlines, not misinformation, not things like that. And so what we do is we take all that information and then we have conversations. And so every other Thursday, we have a meeting together where we go over some of the documents, we go over potential legislation, and then we even role play together. So the conversations that you see me having on TikTok and on YouTube and Substack and all of that, we role play those conversations so that you get comfortable talking to people about where we are and how things are and things like that. And so when you get equipped with accurate information, you can take on what I consider to be bigoted, stupid questions, like the one that Freed is giving in the chat when he says, are they U.S. citizens? Well, if Freed took the time to simply look up 8 USC 1611, that is the United States law that governs whether or not U.S. citizens get federally funded benefits. And the short answer is no, they do not. Here's what I said. 8 USC 1611 is the United States law that says you do not get access to those benefits if they are federally funded. Now, what's important is that if you live in a state and your state has its own laws that gives state-funded benefits, then they might get Medicaid, but their funding comes from the state side, not from the federal side, right? And so it's up to individual states to determine what they want to do with their funding. So you might live in a state where people who aren't citizens can get Medicaid. But for example, I'm going to give you like an example of what that looks like. If you look at New York, okay, no, it doesn't get reallocated. No, you don't get to move federally funded benefits to state funded benefits. No. And I'm going to give an example as to what New York looks like. So New York does allow non-citizens to get health care, to get Medicaid. But do you know what they have to do? They have to be working. They have to be working for 6 months. And then they are allowed to purchase their Medicaid from the marketplace. So they don't get it for free. They still have to purchase it, even though they are working, and even though they are working and paying federal, local, and state taxes, and even though they are paying Social Security, and even though they are paying into Medicare, that they cannot receive. they have to purchase it in New York. There's no such thing as making a new name, Friedman. No, you just sound silly now. So when you understand that, yeah. And so do you know how I know Deuce is wild? I actually looked it up. I wanted to know in New York, how does it work? And so I looked it up, and that's what they said. So I'll show you. All you got to do is, can non-citizens get Medicaid in New York? And here's what it will tell you. Yes, lawfully present immigrants, including green card holders and those with proof-call status, qualify for full Medicaid. And if they are, and then there's also some, like if you're 65 or older, blah, 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 blah. And then certain lawfully present non-immigrants and humanitarian statuses are also eligible. And so it tells you what are they eligible for and what they have to do and all of that. But this is the thing. So like and this is why I don't take people like Freed seriously, because Freed is on the internet just asking crazy ass citizens, crazy ass questions. Yeah, they're legal non-citizens. Correct. This is wild. And what's crazy is that all of this information is on the fucking internet. So if you are a person that is seriously concerned and you have real legitimate questions and you want answers, you can find them the same way that I did. But you're just not doing that. You just rather get on the internet and spout shit. It's not hard and it's not difficult. The same way that you're not trying to understand. Because if you were trying to understand, you would just do that. I've already spoken to you. You're lucky you haven't gotten muted yet. If you were trying to understand, you could ask ChatGPT the same fucking questions you're asking Dani. Matter of fact, you could just put your fingers on the keyboard. You could go to your state's website and ask, what are the laws around non-citizens getting benefits? That's what I did. When everybody was on the internet in 2024 going, them undocumented, them illegal aliens, they getting all my Medicaid and Medicare and all them SNAP benefits. They got $20,000 on that damn debit card. They got $20,000. When I heard all of that, I was like, first of all, when I heard the $20,000 number, I was like, y'all full of shit. Because this country they have never given $20,000 to black and brown people ever. When's the last time the United States of America gave black and brown people some money for fucking free? Never. Y'all just sound silly. Because that's not what happened. Right, Jeff, they're giving them all free houses. Not happening. Not happening. And do you know what I actually found when people were like, they're putting them up in hotels? Listen, do you know what? I actually went and I read the city of New York's reports when they had their city council meetings, right? It's really crazy. I literally read the reports, and here's what happened. Many of those hotels, they used to be grand, they're kind of run down, and they suffered a ton during COVID. And so guess what? Guess what they did? They were not $1,000 a night hotels. You're full of shit. So guess what they did? They did contracts so first of all, you have to understand what happened. When you had states like Florida and Texas that got money from the federal government for immigrants to be in their states, and then they put them on a bus in January and dropped them into cold ass New York City, we have a responsibility, because they are in our legal immigration system, to do something with those people. We cannot let them sit in the street and die. We're responsible. Okay? And so what they did was the immigration center, the processing center, was overrun. And so guess what they did? They actually said, okay, here's what we're going to do. This is a win-win for everybody. We will find empty hotels that got shuttered because of COVID and a loss of income and a loss of revenue, and they're run down. Okay? And what we will do is we will contract with the people that own those hotels. And then we will let those people stay in those hotels for 28 days because the processing center is overwhelmed. Okay? And then what they did, so it gave some revenue for business owners, right? It also kept people off the street from freezing to death, and did all of those things. And then they did something different. So the other thing that they did was they gave them prepaid debit cards, which was, depending upon the size of your family, $250 a week or whatever the number is. Okay. And here's what they did. I think it was like $350 for a family of 5 or $250 for a family of 5 or whatever. But listen to what they did. They did that. And then those people went out into those communities and they bought groceries in those communities and they spent that money in those communities. So the money, because it was on a prepaid card, that money went back into the local economy. And it came out to even save more money and be better economically for the city than if they had them at a processing center and paid people to box up food and have to feed them that way. So instead of doing these boxed lunches that were just handed out to people, right? They gave them the money on a card. That money then went back into the local economy. And so it was better. And so all I did was go on to the damn internet, to the City of New York's website and read. And I read the report. That's it. This is not difficult and it's not hard unless you are trying to make it fit a fucking narrative that you have. Or unless somebody is paying you and sending you on the internet with talking points. It actually was advantageous. And they were limited contracts that did not go on for an unextended period of time. And it was to solve a problem that was created by Republican leadership that sent people to New York City in the dead of winter. That is what happened. And by the way, if you do not live in New York, why the fuck do you care? If your ass is sitting wherever you are, rise above. Okay, so that brings me to the next point. So I was asked if this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I would do a live specifically for friends and family and associates of people who you guys want me to talk to. So yesterday, there were about 9 or 10 of you all that said, I've got somebody that I'm bringing. That's what you have.
One person messaged me too, Dani. I'll give you the name.
Okay, cool. And so those people are free to join the panel and have a conversation with me. And I will give you 3 hours of my life on Sunday. And I will talk to you, any of your friends and family members that are willing to show up here and join this panel and have a real conversation. What's up, Abhi Siraj? And so that is what's happening Sunday. Okay. So, and Freed, if you want to say they flooded black cities, then go ask Ted, go ask, what's his damn name? Abbott. Go ask Abbott about that. And go ask the governor of Florida about that, because that's who put them on the fucking buses, not the government. The government didn't do that. The unauthorized immigrants didn't do that. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Yvonne. So if you have an issue with where they bust them to, go ask Greg Abbott and go ask, who's the governor of Texas, y'all? My brain is going, Ron DeSantis. Go ask them about where they sent them. This is my thing with you, is you just sit up here and spout nonsense. And this is why I don't take you seriously. And those states got money. They got money for those folks. Yeah, all I could see was cowboy boots in my head. Of course, I figured that you would be done. Thank God. So listen, I'm just going to be very direct, folks. I will talk to anyone. What I will not do is argue with people who have aggressive ignorance, who have zero desire to get it right. The same way that I don't argue with white people and their racism, or cis heterosexual people about their homophobia and transphobia, or Christian nationalists about Islam and Muslims. I'm not arguing with FBA bullshit about immigrants when you won't even know the fucking fact. You won't look for facts. You won't talk. You won't look up reports. You won't look to see, like, well, why would this be something that we did? You just bring your bigotry to the full fucking front and then make claims based on that. I got no time for that. None whatsoever. I will have good faith conversations with anyone. And I have demonstrated that for over 2 years on this app. But I'm not arguing with your fucking bigotry and foolishness. And one of the reasons why I really don't feel like I don't feel bad about that choice, is because I have given a ton of information in my link tree. And if you sincerely had an interest in learning the facts and the information, you could easily go read that information. There's a whole damn section on immigration with links to the laws, with links to the Department of Homeland Security's reports, with links to all of like the performance report from where POTUS changed the performance plan for immigration judges in 2018. All of it is linked, and I even wrote little summaries for you in case you don't want to fucking read. So I do not feel bad when you sit in my chat talking shit and I mute you and say I'm not talking to you anymore, because I have more than done my part. So anyway, could y'all tell he irritated my soul just a smidge? Thanks for that reminder, Scotty. I did not see South Dakota on the news. I did not. Let me just say this, folks. If you live in Cassidy's district, you need to, can I offer y'all a talking point? Because Cassidy has said he's going to confirm Todd Blanche. Let me say this to you all. Right now, you want to call Bill Cassidy's office and you want to say to Bill Cassidy, are you ready to have the same regret you had when you confirmed RFK Jr.? Are you ready, Bill Cassidy? Because you know fucking better. Bill Cassidy because he's a doctor, and he specifically talked about he's actually a liver doctor, by the way. He's a liver doctor, and he talked all that shit about okay, got you, Cam. And so you just want to ask Cassidy's office, is he ready? Because this is what I'm tired of. I am tired of seeing these folks in Congress you want to hold somebody accountable that you knew wasn't going to do the job the right way. And all you had to do, a doctor confirmed RFK, 100%, sure the fuck did. And the thing is, he confirmed him after he specifically asked him about certain vaccines, specifically the one that you get, it's the vitamin K one, right? And because he's a liver doctor, so he knows what it is. And so I cannot say this enough, folks. I am tired of Congress acting like they are surprised by the shit that the people they confirmed did. You got a problem for every member, and I mean this across the board. I don't give a shit what political party you belong to. If you sat on the Armed Services Committee and you confirmed Pete Hegseth, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. Because you knew better. You gave them the job and you had the opportunity to prevent it. And I mean that across the board for every single member of the cabinet. Don't talk to me about what Linda McMahon has done with the Department of Education. You fucking confirmed her. The WWE queen is who you put in charge of the United States education system. You picked the damn doctor on TV and put him in charge of CMS. And you want to act like you're surprised. It's crazy to me. It's like you were standing there at the altar. You saw Ike Turner came in. You said yes, and were surprised you got your ass whooped. As if you didn't know that shit was coming. Crazy work to me. So I'm not doing any excuses, and every single one of you needs to be held accountable. And if you're not up for election in 2026, that's okay. You will be on the ballot block come 2028. And there will be a better, more public servant-hearted progressive to challenge you. And we will be voting for that person. The reckoning may be delayed, but it will happen 100%. This is what I really want. This would be the thing that I would like to say to every U.S. citizen. Every single one of you all, regardless of who you voted for or whatever. All of us should be tired of these people playing in our fucking faces while making policy and laws that jeopardize our lives and our livelihood and reduce our quality of life and shorten our life expectancy and make it almost impossible to feed our families and keep a roof over our head while they are fucking tapping glasses and sipping champagne and buying yachts and going on trips. Fuck all of them. Nope. Oh, tell Steve we love him too. So regardless, and so this is the thing that I would say to every establishment Democrat. You're in there right now, but you see the tide is changing. The tide is just, and you are on notice. Establishment Democrats, you're on a pip. Establishment Dems, you're on a pip. It is a performance improvement plan. And you got until 2028 to get your shit together, or you about to be fired.
Don't forget, you can't say you're fired. Somebody trademarked that.
Yeah, whatever, man. You're fired. Yes, you're on a pip. So just so you understand, that is where we are. And all of you spineless, capitulating, unpatriotic members of the Republican Party, you're out as soon as you're on the fucking ballot. You're out. You're going home. I guess we'll be looking for Andy Ogles to have a fucking podcast soon because his ass is going home. So before I bring up Abu Siraj, I'm against my better judgment. We're gonna do this. Freed, you've been sent a request. You feel like you seem like you still have a lot to say. So feel free. Where are you, Freed? This is your opportunity. Get from behind your keyboard. Come on the panel. Well, come on now. I got shit to do and I got people coming. No, we're not listening for now. This is your opportunity. You better be put in the same timeout box with fucking Kenneth. You about to join the Kenneth crew. But I don't need you to tap. My subscribers got that. My Danikins got that. Yeah, you about to meet Kenneth's fate. So come on and get on the panel. I'm not going to let you be in here and be disruptive all the fucking time. I'm not doing that. And I mean it. I'm not. You come in here every day now with your damn Dani derangement syndrome saying the same shit. So either hit that panel. This is your opportunity. I don't have 10 minutes. You heard me say earlier in this live, it's Abu Siraj time. We're about to focus on Gaza and the West Bank and all of that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. He can take them tears and get out my fucking face. That's what Cassidy can do for me. I don't give a shit about it. He can wipe his tears and get out my face. I don't care. Yeah, they have Dani derangement syndrome, Gumps. We even have a sticker for it over here on TikTok. It says DDS. See, this is what I thought. This is why I don't... Remember when y'all heard me say I'm not taking him seriously? And this is why. This is why. One of the things that I'm not doing in this space is letting people spread hatred and bigotry and misinformation and disinformation. And I'm not going to let people be a distraction on a regular basis. This is not your home. I'm not looking for opposition. This is not one of those lives. Did y'all see Kenneth said that shit yesterday? Kenneth said, I'm good opposition. I'm not looking for fucking opposition. I don't do an op debate live. I'm looking for a world in where we don't look at each other as the fucking opposition when it comes to our policies. I don't want an opposition when it comes to figuring out the best healthcare program for the United States of America. I'm not looking for opposition when I talk about public health or public education. I'm not looking for opposition. I'm looking for real conversations rooted in fact and information and empirical data. So we're about to switch gears. My friend Abu Siraj is here. For all of you all that are watching on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, and Twitch, I know Substack, I can't see your comments, but I'm glad you're here. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not ever heard my friend Abu Siraj speak. He is in Gaza. Put a 1. And for those of you guys that are on TikTok, if you have never heard Abu Siraj speak, can you put a 1 in the chat for me? And now a federal appeals court has said that construction on the ballroom has to stop again. Okay. So.
Hey, Dani.
Yeah.
Before you switch over to the Pally panel real quick, for those of you that are in South Dakota, you have a candidate switch. So Bodwin has dropped out, the Democrat, purposefully to allow Bangs to come up as an independent.
Okay.
Because in South Dakota, the branding for Democrat is failing so well. So they actually arranged this strategy ahead of time because Bangs polls favorably against the opponent rounds.
Love that.
So they put Bodwin in and won the primary, knowing he would step out and give all the funding to Bangs, who is not taking any APAC funding either, and wants to, have a Supreme Court ethics put into law and a whole bunch of other stuff. So he's much more aligned with progressive ideology platform. So South Dakotans, everyone in the state, you have a chance to vote for someone.
I love that. 100%. I will take it all day long. And just to give you guys, let me just see really quickly. I'm going to scroll all the way down. I have so much work to do. Can I talk to my, hold on a second. Let me get there. Jeez, oh Pete, I scrolled too far. South Dakota is very similar to North Dakota and Wyoming and things in terms of the structure of your the way that your state is, right? I had my doctor's appointment yesterday. I got medicine yesterday. It takes longer than a day though for it to kick in, folks. So give me a second because I scrolled down way too far. So South Dakota, did you know that you have a total of 9 data centers for your state? 9 total. 3 of them are already operational and 6 more are planned for your state. If I were a progressive in South Dakota, I would be talking to people about those proposed data centers, where they're planned, the impact on the land. And right now, it is in many places, Scotty, correct, the indigenous that are saving us because they know how to fight for the land and they are winning in court. But it's important, I wanted to add that in while we're talking about South Dakota. Yes, ma'am, you have 9 total, 3 are operational and 6 of them are planned. Oh, that's not even a big number. That's not even a big number. Like, I can show you, like, South Dakota has 9 for the whole state. Tennessee's Congressional District 9 has 10. Congressional District 6 has 12. Congressional District 7 has 11. Congressional District 2 has 9. Like, It's a thing. And these are all of this data center information. It's in Project for the People, and it's in your Google Drive. And you might be asking yourself, what do we need? Thank you, Carla, for getting her. What do we need all of these data centers for? Your data. Your data. That's what they need it for. They need it for AI, and they need it for all this fucking flock camera data. They got to have somewhere to share all of the stuff about you. They got to store it somewhere. So you want to negatively impact the country and prevent a full-on surveillance state, then you make sure that you don't have fucking data centers, which, by the way, I don't know if you all saw that Nashville, they bought the land where they were proposing the data center beside the Nashville Zoo. Did y'all see that? They did. They bought the land. So it's not going to happen. Cam, you wanted to say something before I do Abu Siraj?
Yeah, just like really quick. It's about the panel that we're going to have in a little bit. I put it in our sub Discord. If Dani's if Dani's subscribers can check out my message there, that'd be great. It gets kind of
hectic,
busy and hectic once the panel begins, because I figured you were gonna get to Abu Siraj, and right after we get to Abu Siraj, we're probably gonna get into the panel right after that. And I just wanted a moment to say, subscribers, check the sub channel, because if it's hard to read the comments when we begin, and I would like to know when Dani sometimes wants to get a pulse check to understand when people would like to keep going and how many more we would like to do, or when we would like to stop. So we can do that in the sub channel and kind of use that as our way to communicate with one another. We can get that way. We can all just be communicating there, because it's hard to do it once we start going. So I just wanted to let people know when you want to stop or end, just kind of throw that in there.
Thank you, Cam. You're amazing.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I figured I would get up here before we even start, because once it starts, it's like,
It gets kind of crazy. And it's going to get that way. It's going to start now because Abu Siraj is on the panel, and that's okay. But thanks, Cam. You want me to drop you now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Gotcha. Yeah. Thank you. So let me just share this. I'm going to introduce Abu Siraj to you guys, and then I really hope that you all stay and listen. I met Abu Siraj about a year or so ago now. It's crazy to believe that it's been a year. And prior to meeting Abu Siraj and DJK and A Money, and I'm not sure, Linda, it depends upon how crazy it gets. But prior to that, and guys, if we could pump the likes up a little bit, that would be helpful too. It will help the live. But prior to that, I didn't know a lot. I knew that I felt like what Israel was doing was wrong, right? Very great timing to arrive, Jabber. But I didn't know. In my head, it was still like two wrongs don't make a right, not understanding the full thing. And I'm just being very transparent with you all. Because I just didn't know. And you don't know what you don't know, right? And so I had an individual on my panel who, I didn't know it at that time, was a Zionist. And Jabber, who is Jewish, joined my panel and began correcting a lot of things that were being said. And then the next thing you know, DJK found his way in, and DJK started giving information. And then shortly after that, I met A Money, and then I met Yuka, and I met Abu Siraj and Ronnie and all of these individuals. And I met quite a few Palestinian journalists, Mohammed OS and Raja and Bilal and Allah Shak and Noor and Aziz. That's how I have to say his name. He gets upset if I don't say it that way now. And in addition to learning who they are as people and having conversations with them and seeing their families on camera and their children and the tents and the dirt and the dust and even the wounds and all of that. And in addition to all of that, I got historical historical documents, to provide a timeline, to provide the actual evidence, the actual story. And it's like crazy when you have those things, it changes. Well, for me, it did. For me, in the face of all the facts, I was like, okay, right? And so then I gained an understanding. And that understanding has put me in the position to say this. Number one, I have no issue with people's religion, whether that religion is whatever religion you practice or don't practice. I don't care. Unless or until that religion is being weaponized to cause harm to other people. That's the only time I care. Is when they're trying to put your religion in my government, those types of things, then I care. Other than that, I don't care. So when I talk about Israel, I'm definitely not talking about Judaism or the Jewish people. That's not part of the conversation for me. Also, I will never open my mouth to tell a Palestinian how to feel. Not only will I not tell them how to feel about Israel, I won't tell them how to feel about Jewish people. I won't tell them how to feel about the West. I won't tell them how to feel about anybody, because they have been under almost 80 years of illegal occupation because of the whole world. The entire world failed Palestine. And I'm in no position to tell them how they should feel after 80 years of illegal occupation and oppression. I'm not going to do that. I do not celebrate any loss of life, even people I can't fucking stand. I do not desire to celebrate harm or loss of life for them. Having said that, I support resistance. And what does that mean for me? That means that I support the resistance of illegal occupation. I support the resistance of genocide. I support resistance here in the United States for LGBTQIA rights and women's rights and Black rights, Black American rights, and all the things. Like, I support resistance to oppression, and I mean that with every fiber of my being. So I won't open my mouth to do anything other than to say that. I don't celebrate the loss of life on any side. And I support resistance. I don't support genocide. And that's pretty simple. Okay. So we call Abu Siraj the Gazan man. We won't talk about his old ass phone or how tall he is or his big feet. What we will talk about is his big heart. He's on this app quite a bit. He had a break recently because his brother is sick and had to leave the country to get medical care. Thank God he was able to. That also means that they don't know when they're going to see him again. But what he does do is he always has Gazans on his panel. He said, "You can say it, Dani, your favorite Gazan." Yeah. And but he hosts other Palis on his panel every day to try to help get them the things that they need, and to educate. He speaks great English, and so he gets to be a conduit for his people. And so I popped in yesterday and I asked him, "Hey Tiffany," I asked him if he would come and talk to us, and give us an update before we do our Pali panel. So having said all of that, the Gazan man, Abu Siraj, how are you, my friend? Salam.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi, Dani. Hi, everyone. After this introduction, I felt like I need to play John Cena's song, "Your Time Is Up, My Time Is Now." I feel like I am being introduced to a lot of people, you know. I felt like a famous person for a second.
So funny.
Thank you, Dani, for this introduction. Hi, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well. It's always good to be here on your panel. It's always good to interact with such a lovely community, such as the Danikins, who are watching us from here or other social media platforms. It's definitely an honor. I just want to say this. I always say I'm a Gazan man because my story is only one story of so many Palestinian stories who have gone through the same kind of hardships and difficulties, who have lost so many family members, who have been living under occupation for 8 decades, and they have been screaming and shouting, trying to have a voice that can be heard, but unfortunately, the majority of the people were not paying attention. Then October 7th came, and people started listening, and people wanted to learn more, and people were eager to learn about the reality of the people of Palestine. And that's why I have taken it upon myself to use my English, which is my major. I studied English at college, to advocate for Palestine and to tell the truth about what's happening here, especially in Gaza, as I am one of the people who are going through this genocide and one of the people who are suffering because of it. I would like to start by saying this. I know that recently a lot of people think that the genocide is over, and I want to remind everyone, it is not. It is definitely not. Because there are different forms and shapes of how the Israelis can make our lives a living hell. There are different shapes and forms of how the Israelis can lead to the death of Palestinians or the unalivement of Palestinians. Being unalived is not only about bombing or shelling or shooting. It's also about not allowing medication into the Gaza Strip. It's also about not allowing enough aid and food into the Gaza Strip. It's also about poisoning our water. It's also about psychologically torturing the people of Palestine on a daily basis. All of these aspects can lead to someone's death, and this is what we have learned and witnessed happening in the past 3 years. For those who don't know much about what is going on here, I would like to remind everyone that in the past 3 years, Israel unalived almost 100,000 Palestinians and injured more than 200,000 Palestinians. Israel unalived more than 20,000 children. Israel unalived more than 10,000 women. Israel kidnapped and captured almost 10,000 Palestinians who remain till now inside the Israeli jails without any human rights, without any visitations from their family members or human rights organizations, and they are being tortured, which led to the unalivement of almost 70 or 80 Palestinian detainees inside the Israeli jails and prisons in the past 3 years. And this is a very important aspect that today my friend and brother DJK hosted a panel to speak about, which is the Palestinian detainees who unfortunately not a lot of attention is being paid to their cause or to their case. When the Palestinians did what they did on October 7th, and when we had the prisoners of war, the whole world, world leaders, organizations, people, everyone was criticizing the Palestinians and asking to return the Israeli prisoners of war to their families and to their country. But when it comes to the Palestinian detainees who are abducted illegally by the Israeli military, either in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, no one cares, even though they are being unalived deliberately and tortured on a daily basis by the Israeli occupation forces led by Ben Gvir. So I really hope that this will be a very important talking point Maybe we can dedicate a day with you, Dani, to speak about this matter in particular, because it is very important, because our brothers and sisters are still suffering inside the Israeli dungeons, and they definitely deserve justice and deserve to be reunited with their families as well. So yeah, we want to bring them home.
Yeah, I will also, on that note, for people who don't understand what's happening, literally today, Israel fired at water utility workers in Lebanon. That's today. That's within the last 30 minutes. I don't think that people really truly understand that when the world says, when the world humanitarian organizations and non-governmental organizations and the International Criminal Court say that Israel has committed war crimes and crimes against humanity, it's more than about just like the loss of life. It is the target on water filtration systems and water sanitation systems and water systems and all of those different types of things. All of that is part of it. And so these water utility workers were working to repair their local water network. And they were targeted today, according to Lebanese National News Agency. And elsewhere, they also said that the Israeli military fired artillery on the outskirts near a mosque also in Lebanon. And so it's just important for people to understand, and we can absolutely dedicate a day to talk about that a little bit more, 100%.
Inshallah, Dani. And with that being said, I would like to give you an idea about the current situation in the Gaza Strip. And for those who don't know much about the Gaza Strip, it is part of Palestine. It is roughly 365 square kilometers, where almost 2.2 million people are gathered in this place. And since the beginning of the Israeli aggression on Gaza, they have been occupying and controlling land, which left the Palestinians, roughly 2 million, living in only 25% of the area of the 365 square kilometers. So you can only imagine when you have more than 2 million people cornered in such a narrow area, living in tents after Israel have destroyed their homes and everything that they ever cared about. And now they have been suffering for almost 3 years, living in tents, waiting for international aid to come in order to survive. The situation on the ground is definitely difficult and hard, and it cannot be described in merely words, because every day is a struggle, and every day the Palestinians have to wage a war to provide food, to provide water, to provide medication. In Gaza, it has become something, unfortunately, normal for people to die because they cannot find a certain medication that they need. It has become very normal for women to have miscarriage because they are not getting enough nutrition and enough food due to the lack of food that resulted because of the Israeli restrictions on allowing international aid into the Gaza Strip. It has become normal to see people in Gaza dying because of the heat inside their tents, like elderly and toddlers, because there's no electricity. Israel has attacked the power station since day one, and they are not allowing fuel into the Gaza Strip. And as a result, we haven't had any electricity since the beginning of this Israeli aggression back in 2023. As a result, we see people, Palestinian people, dying on daily basis, and maybe we shouldn't be using dying. They are being killed on daily basis through different ways, through different measures imposed by the Israeli occupation forces. They have engineered this situation to collectively punish the people of Gaza. And ask yourselves why this is happening to us. Because we are demanding our rights, because we have chosen to fight back, defend ourselves, and resist the Israeli illegal occupation of our country, Palestine. The thing is, guys, which is the most, do you want to say something, Dani?
Yeah, whenever you get to a point where you want to stop to talk about the things that you're talking, the things that you guys have lost, I had two things pulled up that came out literally like today, and the other that just would give some people some additional information so that Americans really can put the numbers in their head for what the loss is. Let me know when you're at a stopping point.
Okay, Dani, before I forget this point, because it's very important, since there are people that have never met me before or listened to what I have to say. I just want to tell you this, guys. Before October 7th, before 2023, the people of Gaza were under siege for almost 15 years back then, okay? In which nothing gets in or gets out without the Israeli approval. That's why Gaza was called as the largest open-air prison in the world. So when the people of Gaza decide to fight back and break the chains and fight for their freedom, it is their legitimate right to do so, because they spent 15 years under siege and no one offered to help them, or no one offered to break the siege. If the international community wasn't able to do something or intervene to protect the people of Palestine, especially after too many Israeli aggressions that took place back in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, what option is left for the people of Palestine to do but to take the matter on their own hand and try to break the siege themselves? So what happened on October 7th was definitely an attempt to break the siege imposed on Gaza, which is our legitimate right if someone is imprisoning us in such a brutal and a cruel way. Before October 7th, thousands of Palestinians were killed by the Israeli occupation forces, and the world, it chose to look the other way and ignore and deny the Palestinian suffering under the Israeli occupation. So we have decided to fight back, which is our right indeed, and we did what we see fit and what is right for our people and for our cause. I just wanted to make this clear, that the whole problem didn't start on October 7th. It started day one, since they came to this land to steal our land from us, and they have been imposing a cruel and unfair measures on the people of Palestine throughout seizure of land, unaliving Palestinians, injuring them, night raids, checkpoints, arrests, and they have been doing everything they can to push us out of Palestine. But I say this loudly once again, we are not going anywhere, because Palestine is our homeland and we are here to stay. If you want to add anything, Dani, go ahead, and I will continue after you're done.
Got it. Okay, so really quickly, just to add on to that, the way that I explain this to Americans and people in the West is you have to understand how Israel came to be. And it was not because there was some, oh, we need to go home to our homeland. That's not it. I got it, Scotty. So establishing a national home for Jewish people somewhere in the world was an endeavor that began towards the late 1800s. A guy by the name of Theodore Herzl came up with this idea, and it's a political ideology. And they shopped it around, and they drummed up support, and they did what, and they had the Zionist Federation, right? And Israel was proposed, this national home for Jewish people was proposed to be in Kenya at one point in time, in Argentina at one point in time, in New York, and part of New York City at one point in time. It was not that where it is today, Uganda, right? It's not that where it is today was always the intention. There was never this, oh, we've got to go home because we believe that this is the land that God gave us. That's where it ended up, because they got to figure out the selling point, right? How can we create a narrative that gives us the support that we desire to have? And then how do you make a Bible that supports it? And then you come out with the Schofield Bible. And so I just want to ask you all this question, because here's what happened. Is in 1917, the British government agreed to help the Zionist Federation establish a national home for Jewish people. It's called the Balfour Declaration. It's in my link tree. And when they did that, it's also following the end of World War I. And under the League of Nations, Article 22, the British mandate occurs where the British tell Palestine, listen, you don't have the infrastructure to operate as a quote unquote modern independent state. So we'll come in and we'll help get you set up with this infrastructure and all the things that you need to help that happen. Okay. But they didn't say we're bringing the Israelis and we're going to give them like your land. Like that wasn't part of the conversation. So this is the question that I have to ask you. Yeah, I know Sykes-Picot came before that. Omar, I'm not trying to do an in-depth background. I did one the other day because I want people to be able to hear more from Abu Siraj. But we did Sykes-Picot the other day. We did all the way. I'm just trying to give people a snippet. Here's the point above all else. Can my mods keep an eye out for Abu Siraj to get sometimes the internet is bad and so he got dropped. So mods, if we could keep an eye out for Abu Siraj and bring him back, that'd be great. But here's the thing is, let's just say that you have a house and your house is outdated and it's not up to par and it doesn't have modern plumbing and it doesn't have modern this and that. And I say to you, listen, I'm a contractor. Look at my big, pretty house that I've built. I'll be your big brother. I will come help you get yourself established and I'll do it for free. And you're like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Come on. Okay. That is the British coming to Palestine. But what I don't tell you is that I'm going to bring my friends. And I've told my friends that they can have part of your land, part of your house. So you don't know that I have promised one of your bedrooms and your bathroom and part of your kitchen to my friends that I'm bringing. And you don't know that I have armed my friends that I'm bringing and helped train them so that when they come, they can take what they want. Now, if I show up and I bring my friends with me and my friends go, you know what? I think I want that other bathroom too. And that bedroom looks really nice. I think I want that one. And over time, my friends began to come taking more of your home than I said they could have, until eventually you are stuck in your one bedroom out of your whole ass house. You are in your bedroom and there are guards standing outside the door of your bedroom armed with weapons. And they determine if you get to leave your bedroom, how much food comes into your bedroom, if food comes in, if you get to go to doctor's appointments, if there are doctor's appointments to be had. They literally determine everything about what you get to do now that you're in this room and you're confined. Now, if at some point in time you manage to MacGyver some weapons out of your closet, right? And one day you decide to open the door to your room and beat the fuck out of the guards standing outside of your bedroom so that you can go back into your house that belongs to you. Are you wrong? Whether you beat their asses the next day after they come, or whether you beat their asses 50 years later, does it matter? Are you ever wrong for resisting the illegal occupation of your house? The answer is no. That's the answer, folks. If you are being honest, that's the answer. For all of you, Second Amendment, I get to defend my house. That is exactly what Palestinians are doing. So I just want to provide that illustration because that illustration gives you context for where we are and how we got to October 7th. And I want you just to ask yourself, what would you do if you had been confined to one bedroom of your house for almost 80 years? And what would you do if you'd watched members of your family and the people that you love and your neighborhoods be beaten and slaughtered or starved or denied access to health care? Like, what would you do after almost 80 years? So I want to give you that perspective. And then really quickly, some statistics for you guys. So you heard Abu Siraj say nearly 100,000 people have been killed by Israel. And I saw somebody say, well, according to the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian Health Ministry, it's 70-some thousand. So that 70-some thousand number comes from the bodies that they know. The estimates are upwards of 100,000 or more because of the bodies that are still buried under the rubble. So if you look up that information, it matters. So when you hear him say 100,000 people killed by Israel, and you see that the Palestinian Health Ministry is reporting 75,000 or whatever, you need to understand the difference in those numbers. Is the estimation is the other bodies that are buried under the rubble. So I'm going to give you the latest totals that were released yesterday by the Palestinian News Agency. The death toll from the Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip has risen to 73,382 Palestinians killed and 174,236 injured since October 7th, 2023. Sources said hospitals across the Strip received the body of one Palestinian who succumbed to wounds over the past 24 hours, in addition to 5 more injured people. They added that the total number of Palestinians killed since the ceasefire that took effect in October of last year has reached 1,255. So during a ceasefire, there's been 1,255 people killed by Israel. And there's been 4,125 injured since the quote unquote ceasefire. And during that same time period, 806 bodies have been recovered from the rubble. Medical sources noted that a number of victims remain trapped under the rubble and on roads as ambulance and civil defense crews continue to face difficulties reaching them. So there is no ceasefire in Gaza. Okay. And then I just want to also give you a little bit of information. And this is from one article that I want to give you. And I talked about this the other day, I think on Monday. There's a great article in 972 magazine, and I will add it to my link tree. In Palestine, pregnancy losses have more than tripled in the first half of this year as conditions continue to deteriorate amongst Israel's bombardment and their siege. Imagine that, you all. Miscarriages have more than tripled in Gaza because the mothers can't get the nutrition and the health care and the sustenance that they need. The Palestinian Health Ministry, DJK, 4,000 pregnancy losses during the first 6 months of 2026. In April alone, it was 920. By comparison, there was only 1,200 miscarriages in the entire second half of 2025, right? And we're at almost 4,000 now, right? Around 74% of all pregnancy losses occurred during the first trimester and 27% in the second. Gaza's birth rate fell by 3.2% during the first half of 2026 compared with the second half of 2025. If you want my honest opinion, that is by design. I played that recording for you earlier of Daniela Weiss. And listen, they want to stop children from being born in Palestine because they understand those children are the future of resistance. Just really quickly, this is from the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. I don't know if you all know that today is World Health Day. Not today. April 7th was World Health Day. And this is what they put out on World Health Day. 94% of the hospitals in Gaza are destroyed. And 51% of the essential medicines in Palestine are at quote unquote zero stock. 1.5% health centers are fully operational, and 18 hospitals are partially operational. And that's where they stand. So when Abu Siraj talks about the conditions in Gaza, this is what he's talking about. The reports are that 101,000 children are at risk of acute malnutrition, including 31,000 cases of severe acute malnutrition. And 37,000 pregnant and breastfeeding women suffer from acute malnutrition as well. So I wanted to give that. I will put these two things in my link tree as well. There's a whole section of Palestinian information in there, but I want to let Abu Saraj, and Abu Saraj, I want you to also share with people, if you don't mind, how old you are, how many family members you've lost, and what your experience in Gaza has been.
Yeah, sure, Dani. Okay, first of all, I am 31 years old, and I am the youngest of my siblings. I have 4 sisters, 3 other brothers. One of them, after losing everything during this genocide, he got a chance to be evacuated to Australia, and he did, and I haven't seen him since then. The second one is still living here with us. The third one, he had a medical issue a few months ago, and the doctor said that he requires an urgent surgery in his heart. And he was waiting for a medical transfer, and Alhamdulillah, he got it. And he was one of the lucky ones, because there are thousands of people who are still waiting to be able to get out of Gaza to get medication and surgeries that cannot be carried out here in the Gaza Strip. Mm-hmm. And 1 month ago, he was able to travel to Egypt along with his wife, 2 nieces and nephew. They are there right now, and we as a family, we are definitely very sad, because we don't know when we will ever be able to see them once again. Because once you get out of Gaza, since the Israelis are controlling the borders, you never know whether you will be able to go back to Palestine or not, especially if IDF soldiers are controlling the borders. And this is one of the things that have been pressuring me lately, to be honest. The fact that I had to say goodbye to my beautiful nieces and nephew, and I had to say goodbye to my closest brother to me. And as for my experience when it comes to loss, I have lost so many family members since the beginning of my awareness. Like every now and then Israel attacks Gaza, I lose a cousin or a friend or someone I care about. I've lost several cousins throughout the past years before October 7th. But after October 7th, Israel committed the most difficult crime against my family, in which they targeted a 3-floor building that is hosting my family members. And as a result, I have lost 23 members of my family in a single airstrike that took them away from us. And I keep thinking about this day almost every minute of my days, because on that day, I remember how I went out of my house, running towards my family's house, to see that it is no longer there. It was piles of dust and rubble, sand. That's all I could see. I saw the neighbors gathering. Everyone was trying to remove the rubble to extract if there is anyone alive. We kept digging for days until we were able to extract only 16 bodies of the 23 people who were living in that building. 16 bodies that were maimed, torn into pieces, and we were even not able to recognize who we are burying, because there was almost nothing left of their bodies. The thing is, it was a shocking moment for me, because it was like, I've seen a lot of people going through the same thing, but to lose 23 members of my family in the same day was really hard on me and the rest of my family members. And I cannot erase such a memory from my head, especially when I found the head of one of the kids and I had to walk. Yeah. And bury all of my family members in one grave, by the way, because we didn't have enough space to bury them all in different or separate graves. This is the most shocking experience that I have witnessed during this genocide. I've lost people that I have lived with, people that I care about, people that I share so many memories with, and every day I grieve for knowing that I will never be able to ever see them again. But since we are talking about family, I want to tell you something that happened recently, and it's related to the same targeting. A female cousin of mine survived the Israeli attack on my family's house. She came out alive, and she was the sole survivor of this attack. She lost her husband and she lost her kids. After almost 1 year of this brutal attack, she got married. Okay? And just a couple of days ago, the Israelis attacked her husband and assassinated him, which means that she has lost 2 husbands in the span of the past 3 years because of the Israeli aggression. You can only imagine how traumatized and shocked she must be feeling now after losing 2 husbands in the span of 3 years due to the Israeli measures. This is the kind of shit that we have to deal with here every day, Dani. Every day we wake up, we go out trying to provide for our families, and we don't know whether we're gonna get the chance to come back safely to our families, and we don't know whether I'm gonna get back to see the house or the tent that we live in is still there, because they have been targeting tents, they have been targeting houses, they have been targeting everything here, which deprives us from the sense of safety. So imagine to be living under such circumstances in which you have to be on the fight and flight mode 24/7. You have to be worried all the time. You have to be scared all the time. And guess what? There's nothing that you can do to change such a reality. And when I ask myself, I'm a civilian. I have never carried a weapon. I've never harmed anyone. And yet I am being collectively punished along with my family members and my people, even though I have done nothing wrong. Just because I'm a Palestinian, I have to deal with that. I see people online worrying about stuff, and I see my life. I have to worry about basically everything, all aspects of life on a daily basis. And what made it even harder for me, Dani, is what I told you. When Israel pushed our bank to freeze my account, the one that I am using to receive TikTok funds and to provide for my family, which made it even harder for my family to survive, because now every day I wake up without knowing whether I'm gonna be able to provide for my family this week or next week, because they have taken our money away from us, which is another aspect that Israel is using by controlling our banking systems and by not allowing us to receive funds easily from abroad, which has made our lives even harder here on the ground.
Listen, if you are on Twitch, Substack, YouTube, or Facebook, and you have a question that you would like for me to ask Abu Siraj, please type it in the chat for me. A reminder that Abu Siraj, just like many of the other folks that I'm going to bring up to my panel in the next 6 minutes or so, they have direct ways to help them in their bios. They have LINKs in their bios if you want to help directly. You can also do it through your TikTok coins as well. If you are somebody that wants to help and you want a tax deduction for doing so, I say this every time, you want to look at Calamantina. That is a U.S.-based nonprofit set up, founded, and established by Palestinian Americans who I personally know, and they have done everything from school supplies to chicken and food and vegetables and fruit and all of those different things with kiddos. Their link is also in my link tree. So it doesn't matter. Like I'm not going to judge you one way or the other. Like if you can do TikTok coins, do them because they help. If you have the ability to do it directly through the links in their bios, do that. And I will just tell you, I have done that and do that as well. And sometimes some people in my community will send to me and then I send on. So, but if you are somebody that's like, yo, I want my little tax break, then Calamantina is a way to be able to do that and get that and know that it's going to people because they actually know people and have relationships with people on the ground. Having said all of that, before I bring people up to the panel, Abu Siraj, can you talk about the aid trucks for a minute and why when they talk about, oh, we let in so many aid trucks, like what that really means for the majority of Palestinians?
Yes, definitely, Dani. First of all, the number of people in the Gaza Strip is estimated to be 2.2 million people living in the Gaza Strip, okay? And in order for them to survive, they need approximately at least 600 trucks of a free aid. And I want you to remember this, of a free aid, 600 trucks of a free aid to be able to recover and to survive after everything they have gone through. That's what we need. According to the so-called ceasefire agreement, Israel agreed to allow 600 trucks into the Gaza Strip, but as expected, they did not comply, and they are not allowing this number of trucks into the Gaza Strip. Instead, they are allowing approximately from 100 to 130 or 150 a day into the Gaza Strip. But what is the problem? And this is now we go back to the main problem, that they are not allowing this number of aid trucks into the Gaza Strip. Half of them, or maybe more than half, is for commercial purposes, which means that the 80% of the population now who are displaced, living in tents with no source of income, cannot have money to buy anything from the market. So even if they go to the market, it is full with goods, they cannot buy it. And this is how the Israelis are engineering famine and starvation by not allowing the agreed upon 600 trucks of aid into the Gaza Strip. So the compliance rate, if we want to measure it, according to the Gaza Media Office, it's only 30% of what was agreed upon according to the so-called ceasefire agreement that is getting into the Gaza Strip. And even that is almost half of it is commercial, not a free aid. As a result, the majority of the people here on the ground, they only have one meal a day. And this meal is not healthy, it is not nutritional. It's basically cans or things like lentil or rice without anything else. That's what the majority of the people of Gaza are living on and surviving on. So Israel takes pictures and videos of the trucks coming into the Gaza Strip, but they fail to explain and say the truth that the Gaza Strip need more than that, and that the Gaza Strip need free aid to be distributed, not commercial goods, because the majority have no money to buy it.
Correct. Also, just a reminder, folks, I read in depth within the last week or so this UN report about the intentional targeting of children. I'm going to look to make sure that I put it in my link tree. But I just I don't know any other way to, I really want to drive home you all understanding that the cruelty is deliberate. It is intentional. Not only the aid trucks coming in for just commercial purposes versus the aid that the people need, but also the deliberate targeting of children. I'm going to go back. I'm going to reach out to Dr. Mimi. I think now would be a great time to bring Dr. Mimi back. I see you, Raja. So I interviewed Dr. Mimi a year ago, you guys, pretty much. And she's an American doctor who was in Gaza. I saw it, Mama. And my mama sent me some more stuff for our folks in Pali. So I got y'all. And she told me that she kept a record of all of her patients. 86% of her patients were children. And she talked about deliberate headshots. And she talked about their reproductive, their genital areas. She talked about chest shots, like singular, targeted. So I'm gonna reach out to her and see if I can bring her on again, along with Lena, really quick. Because I'm gonna. Yeah, I was going to say no. I'm going to say really quick as I start to bring people up to the panel. I'm going to let DJK give you guys some updates. Abu Saraj, can you? Yes, and you can do one last thing, but also can you let folks know? I want to try to get to as many folks as possible. Danikins, do we feel 1.5 or 2K today? Can y'all give me an idea of what we're at? Yeah, just remind them, don't tag the mods. Don't type in Arabic in the chat because it hurts the algorithm. So, A-Money, you don't count. My community says 2K each. So that's what the goal is going to be. I know you said 1.5, but my community is saying 2K. So
let me explain to the Gazans please. So أهل غزة يعطيكم العافية، أهلا وسهلا بالجميع. إن شاء الله داني راح تحاول تطلع أكبر عدد ممكن، ولكن هي بتطلب منكم طلب رجاء ما حدا يكتب باللغة العربية لأنه هذا الإشي بضر باللايف، ورجاء ما تعملوا تاج أو إشارة لأي من المشرفين في اللايف. اهدوا بالتعليقات وإن شاء الله الكل راح يطلع لو توفر دعم وأهلا وسهلا. So, Dani, I just want to make one last comment to the viewers who are listening to me for the first time. I just want to tell you this, guys. As I said, I'm 31 years old, and I am Muslim. But Islam taught me to be peaceful, to be good to others, to help others, to be kind, to be honest, and to try not to hurt anyone throughout my life. This is what I learned from my religion, Islam. And Islam taught me to respect Christianity, and it taught me to respect Judaism. It taught me to respect Jesus, and it taught me to respect Moses and all of the other prophets. Islam taught me that when you see injustice and oppression, you have to do something about it with everything you can. If you cannot change this reality physically, you can definitely speak about it, and you can raise awareness, and you can share information about it. We, the people of Palestine, carry nothing but love and respect for our brothers and sisters in the USA who are refusing to be part of this genocide, who are refusing to take hand in supporting such a state like Israel. I just want you to know that your tax money is being used to kill our women and our children and our loved ones. I've lost 23 members of my family with American ammunition that was sent to the state of Israel. And now you know about it. You have heard my story. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Are you gonna close TikTok or your social media platform and act as if you have heard nothing? Or are you going to help us in making my voice heard and help the people of Palestine get the attention and the justice that they deserve. This is the only thing that I am asking you. I don't want this just to be a sentimental moment where there is no action that comes after it. I beg you to be in to help us in getting our freedom and liberation. And I beg you to be our voices and the voice of those who are voiceless. Thank you.
Well, I'm W. Siraj all day, every day. First and foremost, thank you, Dani, for bringing me up. Thank you, Danikins. It's nice to be here. I hate to take time away from Abu Siraj speaking because his words bring so much value and education and so on and so forth. But I just wanted to touch on a couple things that I actually opened up a live this morning on to discuss. And one of those things was you addressed it, right, as far as the miscarriages and so on. And just to touch on that a little bit before I get to the next point. So to put it in context, pre-2023, on average, it was 140 miscarriages per 1,000 births, right, in Gaza. 140 per 1,000 births. Now it is upwards of 460, right, per 1,000 births. And that's where that 300% increase comes from. And the reason, the causes of the increase vary, right? It could be because of severe maternal malnutrition and lack of micronutrients, like chronic psychological stress and trauma from the continuous bombardment, repeated forced displacement and unsafe travel conditions, and widespread infections, anemia, and lack of clean water. That doesn't also take into consideration the healthcare collapse that we continuously talk about. The destruction and severe damage of all the vast majority of Gaza's hospitals and clinics, and the extreme shortages of prenatal vitamins, right, iron supplements, and emergency care. And more recently, what we saw over the last few days is Israel actually bombarded a medical warehouse on the outskirts of Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. They targeted this with what it looks like to be a 2,000-pound boom. If you see the images, the crater is absolutely insane. And in the process, not only did they target that medical warehouse, the outpatient clinic that serves the people of that camp was completely damaged as well, and so was the hospital.
Yeah,
so
yes. The other day, DJK, I showed the crater to everyone.
It's insane.
And then I also went back and I showed them the crater from the MK-84s that were used. So people, if you missed the live that I did the other day, I believe it was on Monday. I did a whole live about some of the weapons that we give to Israel that we can't use, like the MK-84s and that sort of stuff. They literally have evaporated, and I'm not saying that word lightly, evaporated over 3,000 Palestinians. Those lives are on my YouTube and other places. Yep. If you missed it, go watch it. But it's because that specific weapon gives up temperatures of over 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it literally boils and it's horrific. So I just want you all to understand, and you can go back and read, we did a deal to give Israel 35,500 more of those types of bombs starting in 2027. We haven't even delivered those to them. This was I don't know if you know that or not, DJK, but this one was, the State Department authorized it in the spring of 2025 with delivery proposed to begin in 2027. And then another round was agreed upon in Congress, and that begins to be delivered in 2028. And so I just want you all to remember that you are not looking for peace if you're still buying 35,000 fucking bombs to be delivered next year.
Absolutely. I did not know that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Dani.
I'll send you the report on it.
Thank you. So one other thing I would like to talk about, right, because we do talk about the amount of deaths that has happened inside of Gaza, but a lot of times we don't speak on the amount of Palestinian hostages that are being held in these Israeli torture dungeons. So today I was actually reading through some articles, and I found that there was a report that was released And this is according to the Israeli Prison Service data, which was obtained by the organization Parents Against Child Detention. So when we talk about children specifically, right? January 2025, there was 103 Palestinian children being held in Israeli torture dungeons. As of March of 2026, that number nearly doubled to 191. When we talk about these 191, these are children, by the way, right? They all that fuss and so on about the Israelis that were being held in Gaza. The world had a huge outrage over it, but there's nothing. You don't hear a peep from anybody about the Palestinians that are being held, right, in these torture dungeons. Now, when we talk about this, more than they are being held under administrative detention. So when we talk about administrative detention, right, that means an informal, no formal charges,
no
formal trial, no due process. Right. They just pick you up off the street, take you into these torture dungeons. And initially it's for 90 days, but these 90 days continuously are getting renewed, right? So without even having any representation, you can be sitting there waiting the 90 days to be released. Come day 88, 89, they renew those 90 days. And more than half, this is all from that report, by the way, that I just referenced. So more than half of those children, right, that are being held in detention have been there for more than a year. For more than a year, right? And, as a whole, right, we know how they torture and treat Palestinians. It's emotional, mental, physical torture.
Psychological torture.
Grape, like literally, something that, when you go to sleep, you turn off the lights. They have the lights on 24/7. They blast the cold air on them so they can't have any comfort. When it comes to food, the basic food, they don't allow them to use the restroom. They either urinate or defecate on themselves and they have to sit on it. They have to sit in these crazy positions and so on and so forth. But as a whole, in this report, there are over 3,200 Palestinians being held in administrative detention currently in these torture dungeons in Israel. 3,200, right? But there's no word about that. That's almost 3 times, right, of the amount that had happened on during the Al-Aqsa flood, October 7th. Literally, right? No outrage whatsoever. We see doctors such as Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya that he's been held for nearly 2 years now, I believe it is, a year and a half or so. And he is suffering tremendously with the medical condition. With the lack of nutrients, he has a heart condition. And more recently, the Knesset actually voted to ban, right, the International Committee of the Red Cross from entering into these torture dungeons to check on Palestinian hostages. They stated, out of their own words, right, that it would be an absolute PR nightmare if we were to allow them to come in and see the conditions that are being given to Palestinians.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? I won't go too much longer. I'll keep it short because I do have Friday prayer here in a little bit, Dani. But I also want to point out to everybody that there are, when we say there's 191 Palestinian children, right, being held in these torture dungeons under administrative detention.
What do I hear? Okay, y'all got it.
Okay, thank you. Also, there are over 90 to 100 women, right, that are also being held under administrative detention, to the point where the women actually end up going into labor because they go in pregnant. They go into labor. They are chained at the feet, chained at the ankles, chained at the wrist, and they are giving birth with no anesthesia, nothing of that nature. And then the baby is still being held. So currently, the youngest baby, the youngest person in history, is being held in Israeli torture dungeons. Literally.
Crazy.
So, this is why I wanted to come up and shed light on it, Dani. And then, Israel Katz came out, last week, and he was saying that basically that they're no longer going to hold any Israelis in administrative detention, although they actually did that 90 days when they did, and then they would be released or they would have the due process after. But he's calling for an increase in taking Palestinians. hostage. Today I saw in a village of Kalindia refugee camp, which is very close to where my home is in Palestine in the West Bank. They literally injured. They went in there, started firing live rounds. 51 people were injured. Don't know how many fatalities occurred from that yet because it was still this morning. And they kidnapped and took hostage over 85 Palestinians from that camp alone. Okay. They did it in Kufr Malik, another West Bank town, a couple days ago. They are continuously doing this on a daily basis. And I really just wanted to come up and shed light on it, Dani. And I really do appreciate you bringing me up to allow me to speak on that topic.
Yeah, you're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Appreciate you, DJK. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so I am going to, who did I, it looks like that was Wasim. So first of all, Raja. He doesn't have that. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Dani. I'm going to go to.
Can I make another mad announcement in Arabic?
Yes. Yeah.
اوكي اهل غزه مجددا داني بتحكيكم اهلا وسهلا بالجميع. رجاء يا جماعه الخير ما حدا يكتب باللغه العربيه وما تعملوا اشاره للمشرفين. هي راح تحاول تطلع اكبر عدد ممكن من الناس في حين توفر الدعم، فرجاء الصبر ولا تخربوا اللايف على حالكم وعلى الاخرين. اهلا وسهلا. هاي داني، سلامات ابو سراج، سلامات ابو حمد، سلامات زينب.
So, hi, I'm good. So right now I have on the panel, if you see my face smiling, it's because I have some of my OG, they're my OG Palestinians. So I have Mohammed Essa, but his camera wasn't working. And then Bilal is here. Bilal was one of the first Palestinian journalists I ever met, along with Raja, who looks tired. My friend looks tired under his eyes. And then there's Wasim, who's always 1 minute, Dani, 1 minute, 1 minute, Dani, big bucks, Dani, and has a beautiful baby.
Big bucks, big bucks, big bucks, big bucks.
Hella, Dani.
Hella, Raja. Hussein on the other side of,
Look, Dani.
Yeah. Mwah. Into Galabi. I'm okay, Hussein. So for those of you all who do not know, I'm going to try to give you a quick rundown. So these are a couple of the Palestinian journalist friends that I know. But Hussein is one of the people that needs health treatment that has been not able to get out of Gaza. He has cancer and he has a tumor in his neck that is pretty significant in size, not able to get the medication needed for the treatment for that. Has another one that is starting to grow on the other side. It's a real thing. I don't know how to describe and explain to you all like what they are actually enduring and experiencing. Yeah. So I don't know. I love them tremendously. Like.
Let me send you our salam. Wallah, we miss you a lot. Are you fine?
Yeah, I'm good. No, I miss you. I miss you guys a tremendous amount. Yeah, I'm okay. Traveling and all that. And then I didn't have my computer that had my WhatsApp. So I got my computer back and got it loaded back up. It's my old one. And so that I could message you back. So I missed you. Wallah. You okay? Keep halik?
Thank you. Wallah, alhamdulillah. And I kaman miss you a lot, wallah.
Yeah, miss you too.
So happy. When I see you, wallah, I'm feeling happy.
We love you guys. Yeah, very happy to see you guys too. Hi, Salima.
Look, Salma, Dani.
Salma. Hi, she said I'm tired. Yeah, so go, Maj, you guys can rotate.
Salma, speak English. Speak English, Salma.
Shway, Salma English or Wallace English?
What the oven? Oven تفاحة. Moza, banana, Salma.
So
4 years.
Love that. We can't see you, Mohammed OS, but love you guys. Hi, good to see you, sis. How are you, Habibti? So, hey, Money, go ahead and do it because you know I won't have the heart to do it. Hey, Money, go ahead and rotate folks out. I won't have the heart to do it. I love seeing their faces so much. So it's really hard for me. I won't be able to say bye. I'll message you, Bilal. I'll message you, Raja. Yeah, I suck at this part because some of them I've gotten to know so well. And so I let A Money pull the plug for me because I can't do it. Yeah, I can.
Dani, thank you for having me. I'm gonna drop now to give a space for the others.
Okay.
Dani, Dani, much love to you and for the Danicans.
Right back at you, Abu Siraj. Yeah. Inshallah, Abu Siraj. Appreciate you. Salam Amal. So some of the other folks that are coming up. So Noor, who you see in the Hey Abu Sami. Noor.
1 minute please يا سيستر داني وانا معاكم على اللايف اجى شخص حامل اسمي انا انتظره كثير بيخرب على حالي فرجاء الناس اللي بتترجم انجليزي لداني انه يعني تكون حذره بالتعامل مع نور خليه يفتح كاميرا ويتكلم زي ما انا كل مره بطلع عندها الله يسعدكم شباب يترجموا لها.
Okay, I'm assuming all of that was for you guys because your girl here has no clue. And I lost all my interpreters. But so we're going to try to do, go ahead, Noor.
ضروري جدا يا جماعة الخير.
Oh,
في حدا
okay.
مترجم؟ لعله خير. مش عارف ايش اقول لكم.
Alaikum salam. How are you, Soha? Is he talking about fake accounts? Which ones? Which one? Which one?
Yeah, Dani, salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, you have someone using a fake account.
This one?
Like name Noor. So if you come up here, tell him open live.
Oh yeah. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I saw.
This is Noor or
Yeah.
يسعد لي قلبك روح.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you now.
Only one coming, his name Noor, tell him open camera.
Oh, I know. He was in here the other day. I'm good. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. He was in here the other day, and I could tell by the way he was talking, he wasn't Noor. And I was like, you're not the real Noor because, number one, this Noor is my friend on here, and he is not. Plus, the way he was talking, I was like, no, you're not the real thing. So, but no, I appreciate it. And we have had some fake accounts. So I appreciate you guys helping out. And that is something that does happen. Yes.
Dani, I tell you something. Do you know, maybe I find 4 or 5 fake accounts using my name also. So many scam here.
Yeah.
So many.
Once they see that you're on and that we know you sometimes, that they'll create the fake accounts. And Danikins, if we need to go to 1.5, let me know. It's fine. Just let me know, guys, whether we can do the 2K or whether we need to switch it up. Just let me know. I'm gonna do my stuff today is gonna be through direct links. By the way, you guys, listen. You can always help check that when you click their names and you look at their TikTok profiles. Many of them will have links so that you can support them directly in their profiles. Okay, so that's always a possibility as well.
Yeah, this is much good.
سمعتك شو؟ بحكي لك سامي امبارح الحساب المزيف على اسمها 50K يعني انتبهوا لهي النقطة الحسابات المزيفة مليانة بشكل
لا حكيت لها وهي فاهمة المستوى
كمان له حساب مزيف
بس وين؟
سامي المزيف موجود
يعني هي اخذت هنا ولا بمكان ثاني؟
لا مكان ثاني بس انا بحكي هم عشان ينتبهوا منها لانها موجوده بالكومنت.
So you guys over
Can
here.
women tell me someone fake
Sammy.
Fake account, he get 15,000 coins, and this is fake account. Be careful. Just incoming someone here. We need sure this is from Gaza.
Yeah, they didn't get 15 from me. Not from here. They didn't. They might have gotten it somewhere else, but not here. They didn't. Yeah, there's very few people that will get 15 here. Yeah. But just out there. Yeah, 100%. Did we get? I couldn't tell. I missed it. Did we get? There was somebody I wanted to ask. A-Money, did Allah Shack Shack come up yet? Did Allah Shack Shack come up yet? Guys, this is where it gets a little hectic because we're trying to manage the gifting. So I'm going to go for now. I love you guys and appreciate you. If you want to help out, make sure that you go through my link tree. If you want to register for the Roger Stern documentary viewing that is tonight at 8 p.m. Standard Time, 8 p.m. at Eastern Standard Time, do that in my link tree. Other than that, I will see you all tomorrow. Love you, mean it over there. Okay.